is really cool. So look, we'd love for you to join us. This is a real peek behind the scenes. So again, this is something that usually doesn't happen, but we're opening the doors up today. So this is going to be happening until 3 o'clock. KGM Television, City of Monrovia. That's 847 East Olive Avenue. Team is setting up in here. We've got Chris, Brian. They're ready to go. You can come see the work that's happening here, but it was kind of important. We just wanted to open the doors up and allow for you to make it and be here to join us. What's up, Miriam? We're going to have live art as well. I know I didn't mention that. My name is Chris Los. I didn't mention that either. I'm an alumni, and I'll be hosting. I'm kind of like your flight coordinator for today, because we're going to have resources and information. What's up, Jack? So, yeah, we're going to have music. We're going to have art. We are going to have resources. And that's what we're going to be doing. So it was quite interesting. As all of you know, life has been different for so many of us. With the tragedy of this Eaton fire, Palisades fire, so many here in Southern California have experienced loss, have experienced the unimaginable. As I was preparing for this carathon, this is the broadcast portion that we're kicking off. What's going on, David? Are we good? Oh,
little problem with the mic.
all right. Are we good now? We're good to go now? Am I getting a thumbs up? I'm getting a thumbs up. No, I'm not yet. We are getting a thumbs up. All right. So, yes, as I said, we are live. Thank you for watching. If you're watching on television right now, you can also stream. We're streaming live on YouTube. We are also streaming live on Facebook. We'd love to have you comment there. If there are resources that you think we should know about that we need to share with people, if you could share the link on Facebook, if that's where you're at, we'd love it. If it's YouTube, if you could share things there, cool. And if you want to come on in and share it yourself, we'd love to have you be here. It's 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. In preparation for this, it was wild last night as I sat that the damage inspection information was completed. So I'm going to go ahead and share some of the damage. If you are unaware, there was 1,073 total buildings, multifamily dwellings, commercial properties, and other minor structures impacted. That's 1,073 damaged. The one that really broke my heart is as I looked up and saw what was destroyed, with 9,418 in total, 6,018 of those being single-family dwellings. 96 of those being multifamily dwellings, 5 being mixed residential commercial, 153 commercial buildings, 3,146 other minor structures. If you're aware of Altadena, Pasadena area, you understand the magnitude of the destruction that this fire has caused. Today, we're going to collect these resources. All of what we collect during this 5-hour broadcast is going to be available to you here at the KGM studio. You can come on in. We'll have more information as the day rolls. We're going till 3 o'clock. So please come on out. You'll be able to see us also if you're coming down Mountain. You kind of look to the right. There's the Boys and Girls Club building. There's the YMCA. We're kind of positioned right there. There's a lot going on outside as well. So you could bring the kids, bring the family. There's cornhole and Connect Four. Because one thing also in the resources, we believe in this community and the resource that it is, and how Monrovia has again and again shown how we come together and we pull together as community. And while Altadena is a neighboring city, the connection is so strong. So many of us have had family members, friends, coworkers, loved ones lose homes or be impacted by this. And this is our way of just showing that connection to our neighbors and how we can help. I also have gotten to see the beauty and the magic of good people connecting and having a conversation that leads to something great. And that's my genuine hope for this broadcast. The team here at KGM is such a small team, and just working with everyone today to get together and do this, it was amazing. Reaching out to my friend Miriam, who's an artist in the Inland Empire, who was like, yeah, Chris, like this Absolutely. You know, like how can we provide these resources? Jack was like, I'll play the guitar, man, for 5 hours. I was like, for real? He's here, you know, and this was any way that you can help is a way that you can help. And it is important that you do just that little bit. It means more than you probably think or could imagine. We're going to have different people sharing their experiences. We're going to have the resources again as well. We're going to have Monrovia Rocks out back, and so kids can paint rocks. We're going to have Underdog Bookstore providing books as well. But don't worry, I'm not going to sit here and talk to you for 5 hours because I can't handle myself talking for as long as I have already. So at this point, I'm going to cut over to Jack and Miriam. Miriam's getting a canvas started. I'm so excited. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm so excited to see by the end of the broadcast where this has gone. No pressure at all, Miriam. No pressure at all. She's going to get to it right now. Jack's on the guitar, and we will have more information for you soon. we are back right now, live here at the KGM studio, Ralph Walker Soundstage, to be specific. All right, and I want to invite you out to join us. This is the Eaton Fire Carathon, and today's broadcast is really a kickoff to something bigger that we'll share also later. Bringing some really cool art here to raise funds for people impacted by the Eaton Fire. My name is Chris Los, and I am joined by our city manager, Dylan Feig. Dylan, thank you so much for being here, man.
Oh, my pleasure, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I want to say, too, you know, I feel very blessed and fortunate that we have you as our city manager. The Bobcat Fire was something that we felt, you know, a lot closer, and seeing how you shared information, how you help people be prepared and ready, and it was very special. I appreciate your heart for all of us here in this city, man. So thank you for that.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. As you watched this happen with the Eaton Fire, what were your thoughts? I guess as it was happening, where were you?
So as the Eaton Fire started, and first I just want to say how much I always appreciate coming here to the studio. It's always a very welcome place, and it's not my first time sitting in this seat. And for anybody who's never been here, I just want to encourage them, come down and come watch and listen, and maybe even have a chance to participate. But I think over time, I've been here at this table to talk about Bobcat Fire, now the Eaton Fire, and it's unfortunate that those circumstances keep bringing me back, but I think what I've always found tremendous pride and joy in is being able to serve this community with some amazing people, from the city council to department directors to city staff, even some of our newest staff who are just beginning, they're an amazing team of people. And so, you know, even as a city manager who is very involved in any emergency response, I just certainly couldn't do it without the help of many wonderful people who are committed to doing anything they can to serve this community. The Eaton Fire, really for us, we began planning for incredible windstorms. Yeah. So on Sunday the 5th, we knew that there was going to be heavy windstorms in the area. And for the city, we start mobilizing and preparing for what happens when there's excessive winds that could meet or exceed 80 miles an hour. We plan for fallen trees. We plan for signals to go out. We plan for down power lines, but certainly we plan for the possibility of wildfire. By Monday, the 6th, we knew that the wind was going to be even worse than we originally predicted. So we started calling in all our staff and filling all the water reservoirs in just anticipation that this could get really bad. And of course, by the early morning of Tuesday the 7th, the Palisades Fire had already broken out, and we were watching devastation. And what was interesting was, as I was here in the community and running around, about 2 o'clock, our very first power outages were reported, but I had my daughter with me. My wife and 2 sons were at California Adventure, spending some time together. That was a Christmas gift to the family. And so my daughter was with me, and we're just going through the day, and even though we knew this was a chance it could get really windy and really scary, she actually spent about 5 hours with me in our emergency operations center. And so even when you're a city manager, you're also a father. And I always knew that she would be safe as she was by my side, but also my family was safe as they were out of town. And by about 6 o'clock is when it really started to get windy. We had a couple local fires here in Monrovia, and all crews were on deck trying to put those out. And then by 6:18, the Eaton Fire broke out, and just came as fast as we all saw.
Can you walk us through, like, from your side, like, what is that preparation like? So you kind of saw it brewing in the afternoon, and the day before you knew, but like, what are those steps, or like, who are you talking to, and like, what does that look like, I guess, from your side?
So I think emergency preparedness starts long before the incident ever begins. Mm-hmm. So I won't speak today about all of the work we do with our community emergency response team, or CERT, or the business emergency response team, and creating business planning for businesses. City Council has made significant investments in our infrastructure and equipment and our staffing levels, all to help us prepare for future disasters, whatever they may be. So there's all this work that happens long before. But on the day of an incident, we have a lot of training that we've undertaken. We've got all of our equipment staged. We have built strong relationships with our staff. And so, each one of the department directors, we mobilize them. We all come into a room. We call it the Emergency Operations Center. It's the community policing room right there at, near City Hall and the police station at the corner of Ivy and Lime. And we set the facility up. Computers everywhere. We got the TV screens around. We're right next to the dispatch center, so that as the calls start coming in, we can immediately start responding to the calls, while at the same time we're planning for whatever the incident becomes. This incident for Monrovia, it was a windstorm event. It was also a wildfire event. It was also a several days long power outage event. And now we're still working on a couple weeks of citywide cleanup. We have debris scattered throughout the city.
Insane.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that with the Bobcat fires or others. That was that Tuesday night was really terrifying.
Yeah. The Bobcat fire, we had a couple nights where they expected winds to increase, but we never had overnight red flag warnings. We never had gusts of wind exceeding 80 miles an hour. So wind was never a factor during the Bobcat fire. Complete opposite during the Eaton fire.
What are some resources, Dylan, that you would say are good for just people who may have lost their home or going back to their home? What would be, from what you've seen, some of those resources?
So in the city of Monrovia, there were 5 homes that were damaged as part of the fire. And so we've aligned all of our resources to help get them back into their homes as quickly as possible. We have to come out and red tag buildings when they're deemed unsafe, but also we can work closely with property owners and insurers to help get repairs made and get people back in. And we put all of our effort into getting those residents back in their homes quickly as they can. I think on a more broad or regional perspective, I think some of the most important messages I'd want to share with people now, first and foremost, we're all in this together. We all know people. We all have spent time in Pasadena, Altamira, and even beyond. There's still fires burning today in new areas, and these are our neighbors. These are our community members. So, even though, it doesn't impact us the same way, these are our community members. They're our family members. They're our friends, our coworkers. So I think it's very important for us all to look at this as we're in it together. I think it's important that Monrovians think about this being it's not a sprint. This is going to be the largest disaster in Los Angeles County history. It will require the longest recovery in LA County history. So, we're still going to be talking about impacts in 5 years. There's still going to be people that are unhoused in 6 years. It's going to take a long time. So the message to people is we're going to have to think smart. We're all going to have to take a step back, take a deep breath, and figure out how we can solve this problem for the long haul. So while there's this immediate need, food, shelter, clothing, water for residents, which is it's heartwarming to see so many people show up and help. There's also people who can step back and say, how can I help 4 months from now? How can I help a year from now? So if you have an empty space in your home and you want to consider an accessory dwelling unit and convert it into a living space, if you have a vacant property, and certainly you're able to take in a tenant, don't go list that rental at $8,000 a month because that's not helping people. There's so many ways that we can all step up and help. Even like here today, I don't have a theatrical or performing bone in my body, but it's wonderful to see artists and musicians who are showing up just to help with their crafts, whatever that is. I think everyone out there has a way that they can help. And so my advice would be everybody sit in, take a step back, and be thinking about how you can help, whatever that might be. There's tremendous resources that you're sharing here today. There's resources that federal government, state government are sharing. You could even go to the City of Monrovia website, find resources that the city is offering. So the resources are out there. It's going to be easy for people to find them. But I think the biggest challenge is we need everybody's help to recover from the Eaton fire, and we're going to need that help for the long haul. And so we want everybody thinking about that, contemplating what they can do now and in the future.
Yeah. Thanks, Dylan. Everything of what you heard Dylan share right now, we're going to have in a document that is going to be available to you to share with loved ones, friends that are impacted. I also do want to shout there's an Eaton Fire relief distribution happening right now. So if you're streaming us on YouTube and you're driving around or you're watching it on Facebook, or you're just watching it right now, you're close to Pasadena, 1081 North Fair Oaks Avenue. That's 1081 North Farrell Avenue. They have fire relief distribution right now. FEMA Consolidated Resource Center will also be on site, so there's going to be a lot of resources there that they're with. They're giving away gift cards as well. 10 North Farrell, 1 o'clock. So if you really need resources and help and assistance today, there's so many things going on, and as we find out more, we're going to share that with you. And if you know something, we'd love, again, for you to drop it in a comment on YouTube, send it to us on Facebook so we can share it here and we can add it to our resource list as well. We'd appreciate it. Come on out as well. There's something about just sitting and connecting with people, right? When we share ideas and we share thoughts, this allows for great things to happen. So it's 847 East Olive Avenue. The doors are open. Councilmember Jimenez is here. I'm going to grab him in a few, but we are here. We're here with you. Bring the family out, talk, meet a neighbor. Let's see how we can all come together to just help each other through this time. Dylan, thank you so much, man, for everything you do and for your time today.
Hey, my pleasure, Chris. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Jack, I'm going to kick it back to my guy Jack over here, Miriam, who is painting. This is far cooler than any Bob Ross video I've ever watched in my life. Like, this is the coolest, plus she's far cooler than Bob Ross. No diss to the GOAT, but we are here right now, so join us at KGM for this Eaton Fire Carathon. thumbs up from the team right now. Or I could grab another mic. Let me grab. I'm gonna be the Verizon guy for a moment. All right, cool. Thank you for bearing through the technical difficulties with us. We are live right now, and we're open for you to join us at this Eaton Fire Carathon. This is a broadcast, which is actually a kickoff to another part of the Carathon, which is going to be an art exhibit. And I'm really excited right now to have Ryan Birch and our council member Sergio Jimenez here with me right now to share their experience through this. Ryan, this art exhibit came together through a conversation you and I had of what do we do?
Yeah, you feel so close, but also so far away in Monrovia. And it was one of those things where it was like, I know we can help. And one of the best ways you can help is just by providing something close to you as a service to others.
Yeah.
And obviously for me, that's art. And I just was like, Chris, what's our goal? And
Yeah.
eventually it was like, here. Oh, wait, we can get a little bit bigger with it. We can get a little bit bigger with it. And now we have a 3-day event that we're planning and trying to get underway. And sounds like we're doing pretty well to get there. But, more will come on that and be announced very soon.
Yeah, for sure. Painted Promises is the name. It's coming February 21st, 22nd, 23rd. I love how special it's getting, too, with it going to be inside of the depot at Station Square.
Yes, that's right. It's been a while since we've been able to access that building, it sounds like. So getting the city on board and everybody, rallying around the idea, it was so cool to kind of have this historic moment come together with this gallery, hosted events, a great couple of nights, days, and then have it be done at this special location that can be so representational of what Monrovia can do. So it'll be fun. It'll be very fun. I'm excited. So excited.
I love it. I love that how it shows, the city of Monrovia coming together in the ways that we can.
Absolutely.
Everyone just bringing what they do and trying to contribute and help and find a way to help others through it has been real powerful, man. I'm excited to do this with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a huge success.
It is. And I can't wait to also see the mural coming together. As I drive across Huntington, I keep seeing more and more.
And just before we go that route, too,
Yes.
the event that we're throwing, so everyone is clear, we're going to be doing it for the Altadena schools that were burned down. So we're in touch with Avison, Elliott, I believe it was Jefferson, and Odyssey.
Yes.
So we will be, we believe it starts, we've talked about this before, with community and the kids, and, you build from there. And that was where we wanted to start. So segueing from that
No, I'm going to actually, I'm glad you said that because, again, to go back to the piece of what we care about in young people. You're a coach. I've been a coach. So it's the youth. And, I couldn't imagine being in the 5th grade and looking up and my school is gone.
Yeah, I'm actually actively coaching right now. And we just finished with the school last week, playing school. And the story from them is they're in the southern part of Pasadena, not South Pasadena, but some of the schools that were affected by this, they started absorbing some of the students immediately. And it's kind of an interesting story seeing how much, kids really rely on school, and that center of gravity is important for them. And for anything to give back, that to me is what is most important. So seeing it in real life and then knowing that we're giving back to it, it felt like, this is right. This is what we got to do. So.
Yeah. So that's coming up February 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Lock it in on your calendar. It's going to be fun. Friday's going to be kind of the date night. So you'll get to do that. Saturday, Sunday, bring the family out. It's going to be a good time. Enjoy some great art and fellowship with us, all of us Monrovians, and invite your friends from other cities. It's going to be a lot of people here to celebrate with some great art.
Yeah, and then Sunday we're capping it off with a jazz brunch for everyone too. So just letting you all in a little bit of that fun before we full blown announce it. But
I love it. The Carathon continues.
That's right.
This is the broadcast. It will continue on as we do our part, right, to care for our neighbors in Altadena and Pasadena. I'm also joined by, or actually, hold on. Let's finish the amazing work that you're doing. So, do we have a timeline on the mural going across Huntington?
Yeah. So this wasn't planned, but it's
Okay.
actually going to be finishing up pretty much the night of the event. So we're planning to finish the mural February 21st, which happens to line up with Painted Promises, which is just such a nice little, period on the sentence. But we are, I don't know, the 25th of January now, so we're about a month away from finishing. We're doing really well on the timing, so maybe it'll be a little bit sooner than that too. But we're all excited to have that February 21st come together.
It looks amazing, man.
Thank
Like as I see more and more, I'm like, this is so fresh from Monrovia. Like we're, as you know, Councilmember Hernandez, we're an old school traditional city, and I feel like this is like a little bit of swag now. We're adding a little flavor and color to it with the mural. So appreciate you what you're bringing with that,
Absolutely,
Ryan.
absolutely.
Let me say something about the mural. Actually, I was the one that actually proposed having the mural, the Route 66 mural. What I did is I got in my car and I drove on Route 66 just out to the Inland Empire, and I saw what other cities were doing to commemorate Route 66.
Yeah.
And I saw this as a natural extension of Monrovia's historic identity, that we'd have these iconic symbols of Monrovia painted on there. I'm also the chair of the Art and Public Places Committee.
Okay.
So I had a keen interest right from the very beginning about the Route 66 mural. I'm glad we have such great artists working on it.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got to see other cities because that's what I was like, man, I wish we had something like that here.
Actually, it's the work, from what I see, it's exceeding my expectations. And I don't mean to brag. I don't want to be a Monrovia bragger, but the reality is I think other cities are going to see it as the standard for artwork that celebrates Route 66.
I agree.
Yeah, we recognize it as such too. We really do feel like it's such an honor to be a part of something historical. And Sergio and I have met on this, and we've had a very nice meeting together talking about how important Route 66 was to Monrovia and its development and the traffic that's come through, and to be able to be a part of it, and it's just such a nice, important part of my personal legacy growing up in Monrovia and seeing this come to light and having so much passion for art and be involved in this project. It is, a day one, something I'm very proud of. So I'm very excited about that. And then just to kind of touch on the color palette, I mentioned today too, somebody said the color palette is, very extensive, and we're probably in the shades of about 100 different colors at this point. So it really is quite nice in that sense. And I'm not saying that in any kind of bragging sense, but just more of like a, wow, there are a lot of colors involved in this, and it is nice. We're really enjoying it that way. So,
But like as you even say that, right? Like that's something from growing up here in Monrovia. Like we're quite a color palette here in Monrovia.
I would say diversity is very keen here, and that's something I grew up with too. Is diversity has always been a part of my my upbringing. Basketball is part of it. It just all feeds into the same kind of culture where, we celebrate everybody in Monrovia, and here we are celebrating it even more.
I love how on brand the 100+ colors represent.
If there's a quote, I think that would be it right there. That's a good one.
Solid. Councilmember Jimenez, if I could ask you, like, in lieu, as we're gathering resources and sharing resources, services, ways that people can get in and volunteer and get involved, what are some resources that you've seen that are helpful to people that you could share? Or
Well, first of all, I want to thank the people that saw this tragedy, and sometimes tragedy brings out the best in people or the worst in people. In Monrovia, this tragedy has actually brought out the best in people. I want to actually talk about what I've seen done. I want to thank you and the rest of KGM for the Eaton Fire Carathon, but it's happening throughout Monrovia, this volunteerism. The other day I went to the Look Theater. They had a donation drive right here on Myrtle, our own Look Theater. I went to Sierra Subaru, and they had a bake sale for the Pasadena Humane Society. I know we're focused, as we should be, on this tragic loss of life, people losing their homes, people losing their shelter, but there's been so many dogs and cats that people fled their homes for their lives. Sometimes they couldn't take their pets, so the Pasadena Humane Society has a huge number of dogs and pets, and they put a hold on their adoptions because they realize that some of these owners are going to eventually go back and look for them. Right. So I want to shout out to Sierra Subaru of Monrovia for being sensitive enough to do that.
Yes.
I also had the opportunity to work with the regional Rotary. There's a Rotary here in Monrovia. They're going to be doing events at Jake's, but immediately I worked with the Monterey Park Rotary where we were loading and unloading trucks. It's far away from San Diego. People are sending supplies, much needed supplies for the fire victims. And the list goes on and on. I'm sorry if I'm skipping some places. I know that Doubletree Hotel in Monrovia isn't just providing housing for some of these fire victims. They're also taking donations. So just shout out and thank you to all of them. I heard Dylan's interview. I think Dylan made a good list of what's being done and what's out there in terms of resources.
Yeah.
I wanted rather to come here and celebrate and say thank you to those people here in our community who are coming to the aid of Altadena and Pasadena, the Dinas. And I want to say this. Some people might say, well, it's not Monrovia. It could have just as easily happened in Monrovia. Just like Altadena is a historically, ethnically diverse community, foothill community with historic homes like Monrovia, it matches Monrovia in a lot of ways. I'm really thankful to God and their firefighters who did such a fine job really stopping the fire before it did more damage in Monrovia. But today, right now, it's the people in Pasadena and Altadena. Tomorrow it could be us. So we need to be vigilant and we need to be there and help them. And thank you to those that have heard the call.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to share with everybody watching right now, and it's like, yeah, but these people know what they're doing and they have all these resources. That's just not true at all. Like, nobody knows what to do in moments like this. There's no, here's the button that we press and everything is going to get right. So whatever it is that's in your heart to do and help, just do that. It'll do far more than you think or you believe. And that's what we really want to encourage people to do, is just find whatever it is. You know, we've got painters and musicians here, and it's that, right? People need that for themselves as well. So we want to invite you to come out, because being together is also medicine in its own right. And I really believe, like I said earlier, like good people getting together can lead to great conversations, which can lead to incredible things happening. So 847 East Olive Avenue. It's the Eaton Fire Care-a-thon. We're going to be here until 3 o'clock. So you've got time. Please make your way on out. And all of the resources shared here will be available for you at the end of the broadcast as well. So, Jack, I'm going to let you get back on the guitar. I see Miriam over there. Wow, that canvas is coming together. And we will see you here as the Eaton Fire Care-a-thon continues. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for sharing out about the art, too. I appreciate you bringing this art. We are here live at the Eaton Fire Carathon as it continues. My name is Chris Los, here at the Ralph Walker Soundstage inside KGEM Studio, 847 East Olive Avenue. Put it into your GPS if you're streaming us right now on YouTube. Thank you for being here with us. If you're watching it live on television, I hope you're enjoying the beautiful artwork that is happening. Thank you to Miriam, Jack. I'm enjoying this guitar, man. I'm just in a very peaceful place right now, which I think is something we can all use as we're experiencing life differently in the way that we are. But we are here to share resources today, resources and ways that people can help and tap in. So if you know of a resource, if you could drop it in the comments if you're on YouTube, or if you can even come on out right now, 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. It would be great to have you. We also believe in the power of people getting together to share ideas and thoughts because they can become something powerful. This is something that's going to continue on for a year or two or three or beyond. So as people are healing and working through this moment, a day, a week, an hour at a time, we just want to encourage people to get involved where you can. I wish I could do more. I have two cousins that don't have homes, and I'm not able to get a home for them. And that was tough for me to try to figure out how to get involved, and it was putting this broadcast together. Dr. Kelly, thank you so much for joining me right now.
Thank you.
I know that you are on your way out, and
Yes.
I am pulling her in because I was like, she is our council member here who is very involved in the community, and I know that you were headed to an event. Thank you for letting me grab you and pull you in front of the camera. But if you could just share where you're headed to right now.
Well, I am headed to Altadena. There are a lot of needs in Altadena. First, I want to thank KGEM. I'm so grateful that KGEM is here in our city of Monrovia. We are so blessed to have a television station to be able to do live events like this. We are really, really blessed to have you all and to be available to give information to our community in this way, because a lot of people watch KGEM and that's where they're getting their information. So I want to just affirm your voices and tell you thank you for using your voices. But as you were sharing, the Eaton Canyon fires is really has affected a lot of Monrovians because there are people that lived in Altadena, Pasadena, and worked in our community. There are a lot of people who have families that live in our community. So it is, we are all hurting and all affected by this. As Councilmember Sergio said, that, they're not, Altadena is not far from us. And so people that might be watching or might hear about it, they don't recognize the proximity, but it's very close to us. And I had shared with Dylan that we were just named All-American City, but we cannot be an All-American City and not care about our neighbors. Indeed. We have to care about our neighbors. And while we did not receive as much damage, that is even more so the reason why we as Monrovians got to do what we know to do, and that is to extend love, grace, help, and support. And to that end, and as Councilmember Jimenez said, there's so many organizations that we do know and some we do not even know, Chris, that people are boots on the ground in this city. And they are asking, how can we get even more involved? And so this is why this is so important.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, and all the information, again, shared here today is going to be available. We're going to make it available to you very easily. It'll be a document of some sort. It'll be available here at the studio. You can also reach out for it. But we want to put all of that there, resources, ways that people can go and volunteer as well.
Yeah.
I know you were headed to Pasadena, is it right now? Or
Well,
Altadena?
in Altadena, there is a situation that is happening that I wanted to bring attention to. There's so many,
Yeah.
and couldn't cover them all. But there is some friends of ours, one of my dear friends, Robin Turntine, who worked at a school, and the school, I'm getting the name right now, the name of the school is Rosebud Academy, and it housed 150 students. 150 students. And all of these students, along with other schools, not the only school,
Yeah.
but this is a preschool. And so 150 of these kids were displaced. I kind of getting choked up a little bit because there's so much going on. But as a child, you don't know what's going on. Not only could they have lost their home, maybe their parents didn't have lost their jobs,
Yeah.
but now they lost their friends.
Yeah.
They're not around their friends, their community overnight.
Yes.
So that is very disheartening. That's one of many stories.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
But so that school burned down to the ground. And right now, Deliverance Tabernacle Church, the pastor is Pastor Terry Turntine, and what they're doing is they are accepting the students because one of their teachers or instructors is the pastor's wife,
Mhm.
and these students are being bused to their church.
Mhm.
Thank you. These students are being bused to their church. And on top of that, the pastors who are also associated with the school, who are now taking on these students, they've been displaced. So these pastors are living in their church, helping the students, teaching the students, making sure that the students have what they need. They also have care packages there. They're doing it all while they're still navigating their own pain of not having a home. And so that's one of many real life stories. It's one thing to see something on Instagram
Sure.
or to hear, right? But it's another thing when you get to see these stories play out in real time. And if there's anything that we could do, I know a lot of people are looking for ways in which they could help, but Rosebud Academy does have a GoFundMe page. And you could look, it's Rosebud. For those that are just looking for ways to help, I just want to make sure that I'm getting it correctly. Rosebud is one word, ROSEBUD, one word, Academy. And you could find the GoFundMe on that to help them rebuild, to try to continue to take care of these 150 students.
If you could share that information with Stephanie before
Yes.
you leave, because we want to have, I think that's another thing with GoFundMe's. People have had so many questions about what is legitimate and what is not. So
Right.
we want this resource that we're creating to have legitimate resources that people know that they can say, okay, these are trusted places that we
And
can give
I
our
can
funds
give
to.
you also a spreadsheet of actual families that has been disseminated within that go directly to families who have lost their homes. So I do
Amazing.
have a spreadsheet that I could help, and these are verified
If
and
you could
verified
please,
families.
yes, we'd love to
I
add
could-
that.
Yes, I could share that as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. I know you were just stopping by. I appreciate
Yes.
you
Thank you
sharing
for giving
that.
me this opportunity
Yeah.
to be able to share. And I want to say to those that are watching, I know it's overwhelming for all of us.
Yes.
And you're looking for ways to, how can I plug in? But even if you could volunteer, maybe you don't necessarily have, the extra money or what have you, but even if you could just volunteer
Yeah.
your time would be very helpful. And if I could mention, if you are here in Monrovia and you need help,
Yes.
because we have people that are right here in our community that we may not know of. If there's ways in which we could help. And I know that we as a council are getting together to see how we can engage
Yes.
this whole, because there are neighbors.
Yeah.
How can we help even more? So we're actually meeting about that.
Awesome. No, cool. Thank you again, Dr. Kelly. All of this information here at the Eat and Fire Carathon is going to be in a document. Again, 847 East Olive Avenue. We'd love for you to stop by. Monrovia Rocks is out back. There is food. Bring the family out. We want people to connect, meet a neighbor, make a friend. We're all going through this together.
Yes.
And at this time, I do want to cut away to a video, as a lot of you may have seen at the Santa Anita racetrack. They were collecting a lot of different things, and there were people that were here from Monrovia that were out there helping. Chris is a gentleman who I will have joining me right now, but let's cut away to the video and see what was actually happening out there in Santa Anita.
Hey guys, I'm Christopher Bailey, also known as Clover King on TikTok. I came together with a group of friends of mine that are also street vendors in Los Angeles, and we were able to use TikTok Live to make this amazing event happen and help so many thousands of people. And I'm so proud to be a part of this with my friends.
Hi, my name's Yocasta. I am the school director for Western Barber Institute. We have brought out about 25 students today who want to help the people that are affected by fires. They understand people are displaced and somehow need to get back to work, need to feel better about themselves and their situation. Last thing they're worried about is self-care. They just want to do something to help people feel better. So that's why we came out today.
And we see people being tired.
We've traveled from up north, Bay Area, and we came in our truck, 2 trucks actually, full of supplies donated by the Bay Area Sikh community and other communities. All the community got together, they put supplies together, they put food, sanitary items, and other essentials together, and we drove here yesterday, and basically to provide support, provide aid, and just be here for the California family.
All right, and we are back here in the studio, the Ralph Walker Soundstage at KGM Studio, and I have got Chris and Ponch with me. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Appreciate it. Just seeing y'all jumping right out there at Santa Anita. You know, we're gathering resources, but I also want people to be inspired and feel confident to help how they can. And that's something, man, just talking to you a little bit, Chris, was super cool to hear, man. Like, what got you out there? What got you involved in the middle of this wild moment?
Well, I personally do street food in LA, and I have a group of friends that are TikTok street vendors with me, and we were able to get together and go help out at the Rose Bowl doing hot dogs. And our main idea was just to feed people that needed some kind of, nourishment or whatever. And we started with our TikTok followers. They donated some money for us to go get supplies, and we got together and we started cooking. And it was a bad environment. The smoke was really thick right there, and people were coming down from the hill covered in ashes, and you could just see the despair on their faces. So what we were able to offer them was a little bit of hope and a good meal. And then the people on the live saw us, and they just wanted to help, and they just started bringing supplies, and it just never stopped.
I love that, man. So you guys were out there for how long?
I think at the Rose Bowl we were there for about 3 days, and it got so out of hand, or it got so big, they moved us to the racetrack at Santa Anita, and that's when the trucks started pouring in, and all the people came from the community to help and lend a hand and just try to boost the morale of Southern California.
Yeah, it's those little things, man. I mean, Ponch, for you, man, like, what was it like getting out there? Did you just see Chris's TikTok, or like or y'all friends before it, or did you connect out there? Okay.
Yeah. So as soon as I saw him live at the Rose Bowl, it was like 11 o'clock at night, and then I was like, all right, get ready and let's go. You know, I've known Chris for a long time, like from when he first started street vending.
Yeah.
And I'm a street vendor myself. I sell ice cream, and I just went out there and I was like, it's not fair for me to be, you know, at home sleeping in my bed, no fire around me, but there's people that lost their homes. So just truly, you know, what was in my heart.
Yeah.
And I saw that everybody from the group, from the Clover King agency, everybody was on the same mindset to truly help the first responders and the people that were affected from the fire.
Yeah, dude, y'all are inspiring, bro. Like, that makes, just hearing you say that, Ponce, that's what kind of got me out or up to try to figure something out, was when I'm like, I got a roof and I got power, right? That was a few days without power, but when the power was on and the roof still was there, I felt so blessed to just have those two things that thousands don't have, you know, at the moment. What are you guys working on now? Or like, you guys are from out that way too, right?
Yeah. So truly, it was very inspiring and very like heartwarming for me especially. But Chris did say a good thing. We were nearly like on day 8. He said this is what we call unity in the community. So that inspired us more and pushed us more, and we truly want to continue this. So we are discussing, you know, to continue it and help more families, and we are just looking for a location.
Love that. Love that. What are some resources that y'all could share for anyone that might be tapped into the stream right now or watching live? If they need help or places to go or anything that you've seen as you guys have been out there.
As far as relief center, like people that are already doing the donation sites, there is an app that you can look up. I'm not sure the name of it, but as far as our group, we plan to, within the next week, have another place set up where people can come and get all the essentials, support from the community, and a hot meal. We plan on doing that maybe here in Monrovia. There's a place not too far from here. T-Mobile wants to come, and Tesla is also willing to provide a refrigerated truck with produce. Awesome. And so people can come get all the produce, and they said they'll power it for as long as they need it to be there.
Love that. For y'all that have been out there, man, like, it's different when you're in there, which I saw as well from serving at a few resource centers. What are things that, like, how can we help people? Like, how can we be there for people that are in a bad way? You know what I mean? Right now, that y'all saw.
I mean, honestly, if you just want to, like, donate to the community, it's easy just to find the places that are accepting donations. I personally, I do street food. This is my first experience ever doing anything like this. We go to Skid Row as a group and feed the homeless in Skid Row. We've been doing that for almost a year. So I feel like a lot of that was building us up for this moment.
Yeah.
And I just, you know, I've never been in a natural disaster like this, so
same.
I'm learning as I go right now. But I'm in for it. I want to be a part of it. It's the most amazing thing I've ever experienced, and, you know, to help people that need is part of what I do.
Yeah, love it, man. Yo, like, man, appreciate y'all, man. God bless y'all, brothers, man. Like, what? How can they connect with you, Chris? Can you give them your TikTok?
Clover King with a K on TikTok, or Clover King Agency on TikTok. And
cool.
This is I'm Ponch from Ponch's Ice Cream on TikTok and Instagram. That's where you guys can find us.
Perfect, man. I just want people to be able to support y'all and tap in with y'all. You guys are doing great work. Like, it's truly inspiring to me to hear how y'all got involved and what you're doing now. So thank you.
And truly thank you to the community, everybody that, you know, that joined us on TikTok Live. And, you know, we went live and it turned into something big. So
I love it.
We want to say, truly, from the bottom of our heart, we want to say thank you to everybody that came together, from volunteers to the people that donated, and even the smallest thing they helped us with. And, you know, we truly saw a whole community unite together and help the people in need.
And you did it by using the resources you had available, TikTok and what y'all do, and ran to it.
I just want to say a special thank you to all the support that we get from our TikTok followers. And if it wasn't for them, this would have never happened. TikTok, the following that we have, the support that we have from the community that we've built is absolutely amazing. And the power of social media, when it's all come together with the community, is it's unstoppable. There's amazing things can happen with that. So I'm in for that.
So thank you, gents. Yo, for sure. Also, we're at like 11:40 right now. I do want to shout till 1 o'clock. There is the Eaton Fire relief distribution happening. 1081 North Fair Oaks Avenue in Pasadena. There's a FEMA Consolidated Resource Center on site as well. So again, that's 1081 North Fair Oaks Avenue in Pasadena. If you're on YouTube right now or you're anywhere close to Pasadena, that's how you can receive resources or share it with somebody that you know. So we are here. We would love for you to come on out, 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. We're here till 3 o'clock with the Eaton Fire Carathon. Jack, I'm going to throw it back to you, man, for some music. And I know we have got Miriam as well. I'm looking at a canvas that is on its way to something beautiful. And we are back right here at the Ralph Walker Soundstage. And we are live, as you can tell. We're getting this all right. But you are welcome to join us, 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. We're going to be here till 3 o'clock. We've got resources that we are sharing. We've got information and ways that you can plug in. There's so much, right? Like we've got people who have lost homes, people who are moving back into their home, people who are starting over with nothing. And then we've got folks that are blessed with a roof and a power such as myself, but don't know how we can help enough. So we hope to be able to provide resources for families along with just ways that people can help, trustworthy sources that you can donate to financially or of your time. But I'm excited. I've got a guest here with me right now. Jimmy, I appreciate you being here. Thanks so much, man.
Hey, thank you for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you to Monica here at K-Gym. She was out there at Santa Anita. She was in it as everything was happening, and she got me in contact with you, Jimmy, and Chris and Ponch as well. How did that all happen for you, man? Where were you at the moment? And yeah, if you don't mind sharing.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take it from the beginning.
Please.
So basically, just to let everybody know, I'm a resident from Pasadena.
Yes.
So Tuesday it was a really, really windy Tuesday.
Yeah. So,
the power went out. I had lost power for 48 hours, and, it was really, really windy. And then, the fire started in the night.
Yeah.
So, long story short, Wednesday morning around 5:30 in the morning, I had an alert that said evacuation, like a level 3 evacuation. And then, I was like, wait, is this real?
Yeah, for sure.
So I checked in, I go outside, and I see all my neighbors just scattering. I see everybody just in cars, grabbing bags, everybody's leaving. I could smell the smoke in my apartment. It was like really smoky. And then, and to top it off, it was a power outage. At 6 a.m. it's still dark. And, it smelled like smoke. It was dark. I see people leaving.
You're at where in Pasadena, bro?
Pasadena, I'm off of Lincoln.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like 5 minutes away from Altadena, from where the fires happened. So, so I hit, I start going live because just to let you guys know, I do TikTok live. I'm a food street vendor. And, so I started streaming, everything that was going on to share to my people, And then my friend called me. His name is El Glizzy Hot Dogs. His name is Jerry. He called me while I was streaming. I told him, yeah, come by, man. Come meet me at the Rose Bowl, Pasadena Rose Bowl, Because he could tell my voice that I was kind of like, I'm not going to lie, I was a little nervous. I was scared that if the fire don't reach my apartment that, I've been working hard for. So we meet at the parking lot, and then my dad, his name is Jimmy Taco with Choles. He called me and say, hey, Queen of LA, she wants to make hot dogs. I'm like, oh, okay. She wants to go to the convention center and make hot dogs. I'm like, that'd be a good idea. So we were in the parking lot, and we started streaming. We seen a lot of individuals that have left Altadena. They were in the parking lot with the RVs. You could see everybody there's people that had tears in their face. We started talking to people, and they were sharing the stories that they left. The only thing they took was just a photo album. So as we were going live, we seen this horse. This horse was running. I told my friend, hey, Glizzy, this horse, let's get this horse. It's running away. We grabbed the horse, and we see the owner. And while we live, we're live.
Yeah.
We have like maybe, 300 to 400 people watching us on live. They they tell us, who's that horse belong to? We're like, oh, it belongs to the individual. He lost his house got caught on fire. So we started telling the viewers, you know what, we should get we should buy some apples for the horse. They're like, yeah, that's a great idea. Buy some apples, carrots. And then from there, with the power of social media, of TikTok, they started sending us donations. Yeah. And straight from there, we reconnected with my father, and we told him, you know what, we're going to go buy all the stuff. Come over here, let's cook here. There's a lot of people here, and there's a lot of first responders that are across the street at the Rose Bowl. From there, we went to the market, bought everything. They came with the hot dogs. I started with 2 hot dog cars and 500 hot dogs. And from there, it just snowballed to, it's led up to Santa Anita racetracks, where it became one of the biggest donation center.
Yes.
For the relief center for all the fire victims.
That was amazing, man. Like, that's super inspiring, bro. I appreciate you acting immediately and from your heart, man. Like, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Like, that means so much. And hopefully for anybody who's watching this live right now or streaming it, hopefully it's encouraging to you to know, like, just get active. You don't have to know and have the whole plan figured out, but just do something. What are some resources, man, that you could share with people who might be looking for somewhere to turn to right now?
Honestly, on my way over here, over there in Pasadena by the they call it the Jackie Robinson's Park. If you guys want to go, it's active right now. That guys, they're giving out free food, they're giving out clothing. I seen hygiene stuff. There's
it's
a big
good
line.
in there.
It's good right now. I seen the news channels there.
Great.
They're all right there. Yeah, and there's a lot of places right now still in Pasadena. Look for churches, look for parks. There's still a lot of people out there, giving back and helping. That's what it's all about, community coming together.
Yeah, and
that was one of my big things that doing this stuff for the community was really touching, because it was good to see all of us come together as one. The unity of the people. We did this. It was just amazing for 10 days. To top it off, guys, I didn't even go home. I slept there. I was there day in, day out. And even my parents slept there. It was just one of those things that it just came from the heart, And also, like I told a lot of people, my supporters, is I did it too to distract my mind, because I was kind of worried about my place. Luckily, it didn't, it didn't burn down. But at least I was just really worried about it. So I put my attention on helping others instead of me stressing out and having anxiety or whatnot. I'd rather just give back and help. And to top it off, me and my team, we do this. I don't know if I mentioned before, but we used to do downtown LA scare roll on a weekly basis. We used to feed the less fortunate. Yeah. And then it was just, I think it was meant to be for us how it started. We didn't think it was gonna be that big, but like you said earlier, it just happened. Yeah. It was unplanned and it was just amazing.
I love it, man. I just love how you responded, bro, and your family. That's super powerful. I do want to share right now also one thing that is taking place. Currently, there's an Eastside Disaster Recovery Center. It's located Pasadena City College Community Education Center. That's 3035 East Foothill Boulevard in Pasadena. It's open daily from 9 till 8. So again, that's 3035 East Foothill Boulevard, Pasadena City College Community Education Center. I got that from a friend that I went to Pasadena Christian School with, who's still out there. And boots on the ground. But for anybody, man, that if you could share something with someone who wants to try to help but doesn't know what to do, man, what would you say to them?
Basically, the thing is just show up. Just see where you could go help out. I mean, even if you're not there for hours, you could be there for 2-3 hours or anything else. Maybe you could be there for a day or two. I mean, it's just go ahead and just do it. Find one of those centers. Like I mentioned earlier, there's one in Jackie Robinson's Park. Yep. And he mentioned over there by Community College, Pasadena Community College. Mm-hmm. You could just show up, check in with the people that are coordinating the event. Tell them, hey, I'm here to volunteer, because that's what a lot of people did when I was there. People will come up to me and be like, hey, I'm here to help out, volunteer. Where do you need me? And then, we'll just, you'll find a place to volunteer, either hand out water or clean or maybe help somebody to their car. Yeah.
No, absolutely, man. And we'll also, for everyone watching, all of the resources that we're sharing here, we're going to put to a document. So you're going to have a document with all of the resources, places that you can volunteer. I'm also excited to say that we'll have a document that's going to be updated every other day with volunteer information, locations, places that, if it's food that's needed, if it's water that's needed, ways that you can help in real time. So all of this will be here at KGM Television. You can stop by the studio or reach out, but all the information from this resource, from today's broadcast, is going to be provided to you. But Jimmy, I can't thank you enough, man, for just listening to your heart, for doing that. And you just helped me really with understanding, like, it's just about moving forward. You can't sit, right? That anxiety and that feeling of worry, that'll crush the whole thing.
Yeah, like I like to say, you just gotta keep going, keep pushing, keep going forward, Yeah. And another great thing I wanted to add up to the resources. Make sure you guys check your social media, guys. The power of social media. Yes. Check your TikTok, your IG, or
where can they connect with you, Jimmy? If
you
can share
guys can connect with me at Hood Visions with the Z, on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Is my streetwear clothing brand.
Dope. Thank you for the hat too, man. Hey, appreciate it. Got the Dodger blue, man. Yeah. Cool. And thank you, man. So you're pretty tapped in with everything you're doing. You're sharing that the entire time as well, right?
Yes,
so
yes, of course, yes.
Okay.
The whole time we're at the relief center. We were just the whole team was going live. We were posting videos. We were updating people, and yeah, man, which is amazing. Just how it started. Like I keep saying, 2 hot dog cars and 500 hot dogs, it turned into the biggest relief center.
I love that, man. I love that.
I still can't process and think about it, but I just want to also mention that we will not be possible with all the volunteers.
Yes.
I want to thank all the volunteers, everybody that came out, gave their time, even everybody that dropped off stuff too, man. It's just great, like I said, to see the community come together as one.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for spearheading it, bro, and being a big part and a catalyst in making that happen.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we are here, the Eaton Fire Carathon. Come on out and join us. It is 12:05 right now. We're going to be here till 3 o'clock. It's 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. If you're coming down Mountain, you'll see we've got food out back. We've got Monrovia rocks. You could bring the kids and the family out. They're painting rocks in the back. There's cornhole. But we really also believe in the power of community. Like you were saying, Jimmy, it's like the volunteers, right?
Yes.
Everybody coming together. And what I do know to be true is like you get good people together and you get conversations going, great things can happen. So we're hoping you'll join us today. That's 847 East Olive Avenue here at KGM Studios. We're broadcasting live from the Ralph Walker Sound Stage. I'm going to give it back to Jack and Miriam, who is, moving right along with the beautiful canvas she's working on. So this Eaton Fire Carathon continues.
was bombarded. The best I could do.
We're here. It's Los, and the Carathon continues. This is the broadcast, which is going to be resources. This is going to be ways that you can tap in. All of what has been discussed here. I know a 5-hour broadcast to watch and absorb all those resources can be tough, but we're going to put that really simply into a document for you, so you can come by the KGM Television studio and get it here. Reach out. We are 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia, and you're invited to join us. We're here till 3 o'clock. There's families hanging out in the back. We believe in our community. We've seen the great things that we can all do together, so we would love for you to come out, and let's be here for each other. Let's encourage each other. Thank you to Miriam. Thank you to Jack, who are just creating and setting a beautiful energy here in the studio. So it's something special to come and be a part of. Miriam's canvas is coming together amazingly. Jack is setting a beautiful soundtrack, so thank you both so much for being here with us today. I am joined now by Reverend Bell and our City Council member, Edward Belden. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here.
Thank you.
Yes. Let's see. Who's got the mic first? You know what I mean? And then we'll start.
Go for it, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Obviously, this is just quite one of those moments where we're all experiencing life in a different way.
Right.
For you, what's it been like, and what have you seen from a space of humanity, you know what I mean, throughout all of this?
Good question. Well, thank you so much for bringing us together here, and for KGM for just continuing to share information, share resources. That's one of the most important things we can all do.
Yes.
But then the second most important thing is just bringing people together, and that's what you're doing today. People need a time to heal, to grieve, to find community, and what you're doing today is exactly that. And so I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. And it's something that KGM does all the time, and I'm sure Reverend Bell will talk about all the community he's building as well, which is spectacular. So thank you for that. But I've just seen an outpouring of folks coming together to say, we care, we want to give, how can we give? And it's been relentless, which is really remarkable. It's a time where we get to put aside any differences, forget about any conflicts we may have had, but just to say we're one together. We're better together is something we say in Monrovia a lot as city council members, and it can't be more real than it is right now. There's a lot of folks that we've all known that have lost, if not close to everything, jobs, homes, maybe even family members, and the things that we're seeing from Underdog Bookstore locally, many other local businesses just giving back, making sure they can organize events for people to drop off goods, to drop off what they make themselves, to give back to the community members, to give back to our first responders. It seems everybody here in Monrovia, but I think it's everybody in Southern California and across probably even the world has come together to say, we see you, the people that are hurting right now, and they're giving back. So it's great.
Yeah, powerful for sure. Reverend Bell, if you could just share some of the things that you're doing, your congregation, and that you've seen happening, and the work you're all doing right now.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for the hard work of putting this Carathon together. Thank you for a commitment to serve community. And I think one of the things that really becomes evident in these moments is how much of a community we are. We have to operate in community in a time such as this. One of the things that we do as an AME pastor, the AME church is considered connectional. And so what we did was one of our churches, which is in Pasadena, right at Ground Zero, has been the gathering source for resources that we've been able to place there. People can come in and get lunch or dinner. They can come in and pick up supplies. They can come in and get gift certificates at Target and other stores. What we wanted to do was create a sense of dignity when people came in. So it didn't feel like you had to just come in and get personal items, but rather you could get a gift certificate and go pick up those items and feel a sense of, to a lesser degree, but a sense of control over the things that you do and the things that you purchase or buy. I think our job is to understand that we are in the midst of a real need for hospitality, a sense of an expanding community, because people will be coming from Altadena and coming from Pasadena and other burn areas looking for places to stay. And we have this real privilege and opportunity to be models of what love looks like on the ground, what love looks like when it's active and caring and supportive. And so I think that's one of the things that we're doing now. And so we've been gathering goods and taking them to First AME. Now, anyone that's impacted by the burn area, we've invited and informing people. First AME Church, African Methodist Episcopal Church at 1700 North Raymond Avenue in Pasadena is a place where you can get food, you can get monies, you can get resources, and basic items that you may need during this season of difficulty. So we want to make people aware of that.
Oh, appreciate that. If you could share that with Stephanie to add to our resource doc, I would appreciate that.
Certainly.
Yeah,
certainly.
That was the thing, like there's so many. I felt for myself personally, it was hard to figure out how to help. You're looking at so much, and I'm like, I can't throw anything into this to help at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been so cool and powerful to see how everyone is just doing the bit they can and finding what they do and serving in that way and helping in that way. That's been amazing. Anything resource-wise that you'd like to share also?
Sure. I think that many people watching KJM already know, but the city manager has put together a page, and so it's on our city page now, where it's a gathering point to look for a lot of the government resources available to folks if they need those. And it also does have some of the other community efforts as well. So if you need to know who to talk to about something in Monrovia, also if you need to know about FEMA disaster recovery efforts that may be facing, and if they haven't had a chance to go to some of those resource centers, it shows you where those are as well. I know there's one at the PCC Center off of Foothill, right? There's a lot there. I'd be really interested to know what we can do more in Monrovia.
Yeah.
And I think feeding off of your point there, and this is maybe a starting point, but I think it'd be great to have another maybe continual community events where we can bring and invite the folks that are recovering and give them a chance to take a break. Maybe help organize something like that here.
A concert in the park.
A concert in the park. I'm thinking we have so many different community organizations to businesses. We have like a clay making place. We have a art place.
Yeah.
Things that we have therapy options.
Yes.
People that can come together one day and just celebrate those folks and those families that are going through so much. So take a break. Come to Monrovia. We're going to embrace you.
Yeah, it was something too that I was serving at a resource center in Pasadena, and there was a gentleman who was out there, and I was trying to ask him, and I'm like, hey, boss, like, how can people ask, like, what is the appropriate way to ask you how you're doing today? That's a tough, loaded question, and his answer really helped me.
Reasons, but I do want to say one more resource that I forgot to say.
Yeah, please.
We did speak to Councilman Spicer about Bethel AME being a location where people can park. Those are people that are staying in their cars that have been displaced. We want it to be a safe place to park. We wanted to get more detail on that. And that's one of the things that we're working on right now, because I want people that are in their cars to still feel safe, not be harassed by people running up and down the street, but also a safe place just to kind of begin a process of recovery from these things. And as a pastor, one of the things that came up, someone did say, how do you ask someone how they're doing when you know that they're in the space? And people are reluctant to even say something.
Yes.
The challenge with not saying anything is it causes people to feel almost like they're invisible. And I think just as we acknowledge pain, we have to acknowledge people's presence, acknowledge people's humanity for who they are. And I think another thing that we find is that a lot of people are angry at God. They don't know how to kind of speak to it, but there's this anger, this frustration. God, why would you allow such a thing? And I think people should be free to express their lament, right? Their feeling. It's not like God doesn't know what they're thinking already. I'm sorry, I'm a pastor. I have to do the pastoral thing. But it's not like God doesn't know how we feel. And so if I say, God, I'm upset with you because this doesn't make sense, why would a God that loves us allow this to happen? And I think God can handle it. And I think this gives people this kind of cathartic in the sense that it allows people to release what they're feeling, release pent-up anger and frustration. And once we release that, we open ourselves up for whatever there is to be received through the kindness of others in our community. And I think that's very important. And people shouldn't feel like they have to hold their feelings in when they're frustrated about these things.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here. I appreciate the resources, your thoughts. And again, we're here 847 East Olive Avenue at the KGM studio at the Ralph Walker Soundstage. I do want to shout another thing. There's so many events happening today as I was reaching out to people to come by with resources and just to share their experience. I want to shout one that just took place, kicked off at 11 o'clock. It'll run till 4. That is going to be at the Pasadena Hindu Temple, 676 South Rosemead Boulevard in Pasadena. They're going to have kits with water, hygiene products, diapers, snacks, school supplies. Again, the address is 676 South Rosemead Boulevard. That is currently happening right now until 4 o'clock. It is a free essentials distribution. So if you're watching us right now, you're streaming this, and you want to share it with somebody in the city of Pasadena, 676 South Rosemead Boulevard. That's taking place. I'm going to let Miriam get back to this canvas over here. And I think Jack might be taking a break right now, or Jack is on his way back right now with the guitar as our Eaton Fire Carathon continues here at KGM. We are live here at the Ralph Walker Sound Stage inside the KGEM studio. Feel free to join us, 847 East Olive Avenue in the city of Monrovia. My name is Chris Los. This is our Carathon broadcast, which is really the first part of a two-part effort in aiding as best we can with resources and information for people as we're all experiencing life a bit different right now. This will be followed up with an amazing art exhibit at the Depot at Station Square. If you're from here in Monrovia, you know the history of that building and that space. We want to put some beautiful art together February 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Painted Promises art exhibit. It's going to be a good time, and we're going to raise funds to help people impacted by this tragic event. I am joined by our mayor, Mayor Becky Shevlin. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
I appreciate you stopping by.
Honored to be here.
Absolutely. Even though it's this wild circumstance, if you don't mind sharing just a little bit of what you've seen transpire through, great humans coming together, but it's also been a tragic event.
It's really been something, and I think that we've really learned a lot through this, and we should learn a lot from this event. And it's always when there's something tragic like this, it's all about being able to communicate and get the word out, everything from just emergency services to how you can volunteer to help. And that's one of the neat things about Monrovia. And I think we've seen it generally across the board. People want to help. They want to give back, and they just don't know what the best way, to accomplish that.
Which is always, I felt, for me, it was the most difficult part of how do I help? What can I do? I can do a little bit. I have my hands and my feet. I have power. I have a roof. So I feel extra blessed, and I've got a lot going, but how? Right.
Well, and we also have neat organizations in Monrovia. I keep on touting the Foothill Unity Center.
Yes.
And that's an organization that gives back 365 days a year. They're there always to help those in need, so we can always reach out to them. There's the Red Cross, their organization, all of our churches, most of them have in some way are giving back. Our YMCA just next door here, we see that they have a give back, and they're bringing in volunteers and things, products, things to give to those in need.
Yeah, and let me take another moment right now. Currently, if you're streaming us and watching this live, we have a free essentials distribution happening. When I say we, it is happening at the Hindu Temple and Heritage Foundations. It's their free essentials drive, 676 East Rosemead Boulevard. That is going on till 4 o'clock today. So if you know anybody that needs water, hygiene products, diapers, snacks, school supplies, they've got all of that for you right now. I'm going to do something mad impromptu. Ryan, do you mind grabbing John Shaw did he just take off right now? He left? Oh, man, I'm so bummed. So if he's out there, if you could grab him, it would be amazing.
Well, and I also wanted to mention our city manager has done for quite some time now, pretty much the whole time he's been here. He does a weekly update.
Yeah.
But especially during things like this, it's more frequent, and it has such great information. And you can go to the Monrovia website or just Google Monrovia City Manager Update, and you can get into that. You can subscribe to it. But the most current one, and I believe of the recent past, there's a list of resources or links that you can go to resources as well.
Yeah. No, Dylan does a great job. I wanted to pull John Shaw in here because John, I saw him on Monrovia Facebook group, and I love what he does of everyone's trying to figure out what they can do. And he had put these two signs together.
Yes.
And it was Eaton with the heart and the Palisades with the heart. And I was like, little things, right?
Little things.
Little things.
To let us all know we're all connected.
Yeah.
We're all connected.
Yeah. And I think if this is I hope this can be a moment where we start re-looking at humanity a little bit different and ways we can just be human and connect with people. Everyone's in their device so much Everyone's more.
We were just talking about that back in 2011 when the horrible windstorms here, and how people were just freaking out because they didn't have their cell phones, or they didn't have the power to operate their cell phones. So the same thing with this. I mean, there were all sorts of ways that you could charge up your devices and things like that. But this is a real big wake-up call that we need to do a lot more to be prepared. Yes. Hopefully we won't see anything like this ever again, but for any type of emergency, and that big one, though, that they keep on telling us that we're going to get the earthquake, we need to be prepared, and we need to be able to work with each other and come together and help each other out in any way we can. We've got a great CERT program in Monrovia for those our emergency. Those are volunteer emergency teams, things like that, and just us as citizens, knowing our neighbors and being able to check in on people. So
it is that, like, talking to Jimmy and Chris and Ponce earlier as they were out there, in it, and seeing the ability they had of bringing people together through their TikTok, right? And so I see, when I see the power of social media being used that way, that to me is the essence of the power of it.
And if I understand correctly, Jimmy had been evacuated from a part of Pasadena, but Chris is from Reseda, and he does a lot of outreach in Skid Row.
Yes.
And he just wants to give back, and that's the other thing. We have to remember those that on a daily basis are continuing to struggle without they were struggling before the fires, and so we can't forget those either.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there any resources or anything that you'd like to share? We're kind of gathering everything right now, but I know we have so much.
Well, I think I'd rather just direct people to like our website and our city managers update, and subscribe while you're there, so you get it every single week. I try to share it on Facebook and other places as much as I possibly can to get the word out. But that is a wealth of really good resources. And Foothill Unity Center, again, I want to say the Foothill Unity Center here in Monrovia, and they help people 365 days a year. So just we've got local ongoing resources, and if you have any questions or anything, I always, my cell phone number is out there. It's 626-253-0072. You can contact me, or my email address is BeckyShevlin@gmail.com, and that's Shevlin, SCHEVLIN.
Which is really cool, because I don't know how often mayors give out their cell phone number and email on a live broadcast.
Yeah, people don't abuse it, or they contact me through Facebook and other,
the block button works too if you get in a weird situation.
But it's all been good. It's all been good, and I'm here to serve the community as well. And I think if we all hang in there and do it together, we're going to make a big difference, because this is an emergency, or a disaster that's going to have long-standing effects, and people are going to need help and assistance for a long time.
Absolutely. Mayor Shevlin, thank you for coming and stopping by.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome. My pleasure. And I just want to thank all the volunteers, the first responders, everybody that's giving of their time and their talents and resources. It's just, thank you so very much, and together we'll get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. For everybody who is watching us live right now, streaming it, we are going to be sharing all the resources in a document, so you'll be able to find that real easy if you want to tap in later. We will have that, and we have got more on the way, but this canvas, I want to invite you out. 847 East Olive Avenue in Monrovia. We're here till 3. That gives you a couple of hours still to come and enjoy the live painting that's taking place. We got seats for you. We got food out back. We've got Monrovia Rocks. We've got the Underdog Bookstore. We've got community coming together. And one of the goals of this and the open doors here at KGEM today is so people can come together. When we connect, when we talk, when we get to build with people and meet people, there's real opportunity for something amazing to happen and come from these conversations. So meet us out here, Eaton Fire Care-a-thon at the KGEM studio.
And I just wanted to mention, just right next door, the YMCA has their distribution center, too, just right next door.
It is happening right now.
Yep.
So meet us on out here.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we are live back here for the Eaton Fire Carathon at the Ralph Walker Soundstage inside the KGM studio, 847 East Olive Avenue, City of Monrovia. You are invited to join us. We'd love for you to be here as we bring community together to talk about resources, to talk about ways that people can tap in at this time. I'm joined by Councilmember Larry Spicer. Thank you for being here, sir.
Hey, you're more than welcome, Chris.
I know you to be really involved, and I say that because I usually just see you out in the mix doing things. Thank you for being here and making this time.
No problem.
I know that you're more the person that would rather be out there right now doing something than being here sitting to chat about it.
Amen.
So for that, I do appreciate it. If you don't mind sharing resources you've seen or your thoughts throughout this whole tragedy.
Well, I guess first of all, I want to just give a shout out to the CERT team.
Yeah.
Because during the time of emergency, we were out trying to take care of the seniors that was immobile, and we were able to get out there and make sure that they had a plan in place just in case they were evacuated from their home. Mm-hmm. But back to your original question, Southern California Edison is down at our church, Second Baptist Church, giving out information, whether it be the solar chargers, different information on just tips on best practices mm-hmm. within your household. Also, the Foothill Unity Center, they're doing a lot to push out food to the people in need. We made a connection. Well, thank God for the Foothill Unity Center, because a friend of mine at our church, she was able to organize a donation, a truckload of food to be donated to our church.
Wow.
Well, at the church, we don't have the refrigeration for it. So I was able to connect with the Foothill Unity Center, and all of that meat is down there. But what I plan on doing with the meat is on Thursdays, I cook for the homeless and some of the people that are in need of food right now.
You cook your beans?
Man, I'm cooking meat.
Okay, all right. I just remember it from the other part, but go ahead.
Thursday before last, I cooked some baked chicken. Baked chicken, cut green beans, corn, rice, and gravy, and baked chicken.
Oh, man, you're doing it up.
Throwing down, Chris.
Well, how would you encourage somebody to get involved who just might not have a clue as to what to do or how they could be of help right now?
Well, one of the main things is put yourself in the place of the people that are without a home or don't have anything, and just say it's your family member. What would you do?
Yeah.
Well, you would be out there trying to get all the resources that they need.
Yeah.
And like, for instance, myself, everything that I find out information about, whether I post it on social media or I'm texting friends to get it to other friends, because I have friends that lost homes over in Altadena too.
Yeah.
And the more information we can get to them is the better.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the goal. Really, all the resources shared today are going to go to a document that we can share, email to friends, and get the information out, because knowing where to go, knowing who to trust with the financial donation or your time, it's important as well.
You hit the nail on the head. That's trust. Because there's so many organizations out there that are calling themselves raising money for people, how do we trust that what they're raising money for is going to get to the people?
Exactly. And that's the thing, coming from the entertainment business and seeing hustle man within every crevice of every aspect,
right.
This is the grossest.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like to hustle money out of a tragedy is one of the grossest things. I know God will take care of all of that, but I think to know where to go, know who to turn to, and that's what the goal of this broadcast is, to gather these resources. All the information shared has been from people who know that this is a good person, know that this is a good organization or group. So,
and you're right. It's up to us to make sure that the people that need the different things that they need to in order to survive, that they actually get the whether it's gift cards or it's just whatever it is, because there's so many people out there doing so many things, Chris. You just want to get the people the right information, the needs that they need, and it's just hard.
Yeah.
It's just hard.
Yeah. Appreciate your time. Thank you for everything you do here, too, Mr. Spicer. Thank you.
And finally, Chris, I volunteer with the Sheriff Department, so I was able to go over to the substation in Duarte and pick up the patrol car, right?
Mm-hmm.
I waited for my friend to be, because we have to travel as twos.
Hold on, man. You just get to ride around in a cop car?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Give out parking tickets.
I'll be hitting that light all day. All right, go ahead. That's all right.
And so anyway, we were able to go into the area, and man, Chris, it's just like a combat zone, you know, just like a war zone. And, man, it's so horrible, you know, to see what the people are walking around pulling suitcases, you know, of things that has been donated to them. You know, but, you know, God's not going to give us no more than we can handle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's where it's important. I love that we're all able to get together and share these resources and just be here. If it's just listening to people and just being around and getting that community. Thank you again
and
for everything.
And I want to thank you and K-Jim for this.
Yeah,
okay?
For sure. Let me shout also currently going on until 4 o'clock. So it's 1:15 right now. Free Essentials distribution happening at 676 South Rosemead Boulevard in the city of Pasadena. So if you're streaming this live, you know somebody that's out there that could use that. They're going to have water, hygiene products, diapers, snacks, school supplies, and more. So again, that is 676 South Rosemead Boulevard. That is going right now at the Hindu Temple and Heritage Foundation. That's going to go on until 4 o'clock today. So you can head on out there. I love the way this canvas is coming together. We got Miriam doing art. Miriam, you've been in the zone over there. I'm going to make you come over here and talk to me later. This is coming together beautifully. Jack, thank you, man. I hope your fingers are holding on. You've been playing the guitar since we kicked this thing off, man. You all right? There it is. All right. Well, I'll let y'all take it. And as the Eaton Fire Carathon continues, 847 East Olive Avenue here in Monrovia. Come on out. yours. Yeah, there we go. All right, we are here at the KGEM studio. Ralph Walker Soundstage is Chris Los with the Eaton Fire Carathon. This is the kickoff. This is the broadcast. We're gathering resources and ways that you can get involved, and it's going to lead to a 3-day art exhibit at the Depot at Station Square, where we'll be raising funds for those impacted by the fires. I am very fortunate and lucky to have Christy and Betty with me with Global Citizen USA and the World Emergency Relief. Did I get that right?
You got it.
Awesome. Yes. So if you don't mind explaining like a little bit about what you ladies do. I know Monica here at KGEM, I'm so thankful she connected with y'all. From what I understand, you just go and help places that have had tragedy hit. Is that correct?
That's our business. So we are both CEOs of our organizations. I'm a local in San Dimas.
Okay.
And we do worldwide disaster relief and some long-term development work as well. So obviously when this disaster hit, it's in my backyard, and I've been working with Betty for many, many years. So she came out to help with the response.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm Betty. I'm from Global Citizen USA in Chicago. We also do global disaster relief. We do community impact and long-term recovery. So the reason that I came out here, not only because we teamed up, but we saw everything that was being advertised in regards to the San Anito racetrack and all, besides obviously the wildfires, but just that we wanted to be a part of that. How can we help? How can we, bring supply immediately? And so we secured 7 truckloads immediately. Went out there to see who was in charge, and we just said we're going to set up camp, and we'll be out of your way. But we were able to impact over 1,000 people there.
Amazing.
So it was really nice. Every day, busy.
So explain the busy. What is that? What is happening? I mean, I know it's so much. Yeah.
Truckloads come, we unload them. We have a ton of volunteers that rotate. On average, about 40 a day.
Truckloads, food, clothes.
It would be food. We had water, milk. We had some non-perishables. Every time it's different, but for the first phase of response, we do food, water, and sheltering items.
Okay.
So that was the first week at San Anito Racetrack. Now we have just secured a warehouse in Pacoima. And so that's a 17,000 square warehouse where we have a ton of truckloads coming in now. So we'll be able to support a lot of locations that are in need. We are going to be helping direct to the public as well. We love to be boots on the ground. So not only are we receiving unloading trucks and loading trucks and delivering them, but we're also handing them out directly to the people that have been affected.
Oh man, God bless y'all. So what has been something that you've seen, I guess, through these, the tragedies? Y'all see a lot.
We see a lot.
That's a lot. I'm just thinking of you go to this and that. I'm just feeling all of this for everyone that's experiencing this here. You're seeing it on a national level.
Yes, absolutely.
I love that y'all are smiling and able to smile. That is beautiful for me to see.
We have to become very strong because the goal is just to help.
Yeah.
How do we help the most amount of people that we can, And I've been to Ukraine, I've been to Turkey. I was just in Cairo for Gaza, and we see a lot of death. I'm actually CERT and SAR trained, which is community response and search and rescue. So we're taught, how to mark homes, how to help people, how to evacuate, and it's a lot. We do see a lot.
Yeah. So what are for people that, with this Eaton Fire, if they need resources, what would you share a couple of the best ways to go and get them or to reach out? What do you suggest?
At this point, you want to talk?
No, go ahead.
Okay, at this point, so we have a ton of our truckloads that are arriving this coming week, and then we're just basically organizing. We just didn't want to just give out water. We wanted to have the food, everything that we're going to be receiving between clothing, you name it. It's a ton of stuff. And so we're going to be organizing. We just got a box truck. We are in partnership now with Rallyway. That's a local Pasadena nonprofit. Okay. Amazing things. And so we have a ton of people that we would love to volunteer. Just reach out to Global Citizen USA on our nonprofit page if they want to volunteer. But otherwise, it's just we want to support locations. We want to know who needs help, who wants to volunteer, and how can we just keep this going.
That's great.
Yeah, I think just getting involved in the community and And this is a great resource. This Rallyway has a location in off of Raymond Avenue in Pasadena, so it's a it's a great location for locals to be able to come and not go too far. The warehouse in Pacoima will be our staging area, and we'll bring mixed goods in. We're bringing in corporate donations mainly. I know that they are taking some public donations, but we definitely don't want people to bring in used clothing. That just becomes a whole different disaster on its own. And it's not that it's not appreciated, the efforts, but with that you need to launder them, sorting them, and so we're providing. Right now we have water, electrolyte drinks, we have food, we have baby items, we have hygiene truckloads coming in. We're just like the truckloads. When we say truckloads, we're bringing semi-truckloads in, and
we do
large volume.
Love it. So for that, if anyone is in need of that, how would they reach you, Christy?
So I would say either you could call my office, and because I'm local, it's World Emergency Relief at 909-593-7140. You can leave a message there if we don't answer, or you can reach out to the station. You'll have our email addresses and all of our contact information. But I think if people want to volunteer or donate funds or products,
time or products,
absolutely. I think this will be a long-term effort for us. A lot of people are going to leave right away. I live locally, so there's no leaving. So we'll be here.
No, and we're here too, Christy. Like KGM isn't leaving. It's been here 40 years. We're trying to get another 40 in.
This is our 40-year anniversary for World Emergency Relief. So
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's awesome.
Well, no, thank you for the work you ladies do. I appreciate you coming to share it too. For any of you watching right now live or streaming it, all of the information that Betty and Christy shared is going to be in our document, so you will be able to have that. But again, thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you for
we
having
appreciate
us.
it. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to take now this moment real quick to share from 11 till 4 o'clock. So it's been going on. We got a couple hours to get over there. There's a free essentials distribution that is taking place at the Pasadena Hindu Temple. That's 676 South Rosemead Boulevard in Pasadena. You can get over there now. There's water, hygiene products, diapers, snacks, school supplies as well. And I've got another one for you. It's the Eaton Fire Relief distribution that is taking place. I'm sorry. That one is actually a wrap, so I'm not even going to bother with you on that one. But all the information that we have here for you today is going to be available at KGEM. I know that we do have the guest. I think Stephanie was going to bring them in next for our next two. But thank you, ladies, so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. All right, and we are back. Eaton Fire Carathon here at the KGEM studio. as we share resources and ways that people can tap in and get involved. That is the goal of this broadcast. We're here until 3 o'clock, so you've still got over an hour. If you're close by, come on out. We also believe in the power of community, bringing people together. Good people having conversations can lead to great things, which can do amazing work. So if you want to come on out, we've got food out back. There's rock painting going on. Thank you to Monrovia Rocks. Thank you to the Underdog Bookstore for being here as well. So come on out and join us. If you're coming down mountain, you'll see everything going on. There's cornhole and there's Connect 4 and it's connectivity and cool folks. But I have got a guest with me who I'm glad to be here. Mark, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I know you are a local architect. Right. For you and your experience in all of this, what is something that people who have lost their homes, I guess, can prepare for? Or I don't even know how to ask this question properly, but.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming. There's quite a bit. I think, first step, look into your insurance and what it provides, and just carefully assess what you have in terms of funds and, financial resources to rebuild if you choose to do so. But yeah, there's a lot going on there. But in also the process, which can be rather lengthy, if you decide to rebuild and things like that. So,
is steps and processes timeline on that is.
In most cases, well, you have to factor in there's several steps to it. So, after you've, let's say, kind of assessed what you're dealing with, a burned down house, let's say, you got to start the process of designing the home, getting all the details and everything together to submit to the building department. Actually, first the planning department, which if you're in the county, it'd be regional planning, which that in itself is a lengthy process. We deal a lot with the county of LA jurisdiction, and you could be looking at 4 to 6 months, or maybe a little bit longer, just to get through that part. After that, you submit to building department, and that's probably 3 to 4 months. But who knows in this case when the county's going to be swamped with submittals. So, all in all, I mean, you're probably over a year to get the permits, get plans approved and permitted, then another year at least. So, you could be looking at, I'd say 2.5 years to 3 years before you're actually in the house, rebuilt. So,
and with that, so that's you got to stay somewhere else while all of this is happening.
Relocation. So that's part of assessing what you have. The resources you have to rebuild is that you're going to be displaced, and the cost of that for, like I say, 2.5 to 3 years is something to factor in.
Yeah.
So.
Let me ask you, Mark, like in moments like this, are you from California originally? So fires is something we've experienced, unfortunately, far too often. I feel like I hate that it's like fire season talk. You know what I mean? In California, it's like, wow, I'm not a fan of that. Yeah. But at some point, do we start having conversations about building materials, like the materials to put these homes together? Like, does that, or could that be something that's discussed to change? Because clearly, the stuff that catches on fire probably shouldn't be used to build homes with.
Correct. Of course, the building code in high fire hazard areas requires 1 hour construction. So the materials you use are rated for 1 hour, the exterior materials at least, so that I guess it gives time for the first responders to respond before the house burns down to save lives, hopefully. But, I'm not sure if that 1 hour fire resistive requirement is going to change to something more stringent.
Yeah.
But at least you will basically, be required to have 1 hour construction with, stucco exteriors, tempered glass windows, heavy timber construction when it comes to roof overhangs, rafter tails, roofing material. So that's already in the codes for that. So it might get a little more strict. Who knows?
Yeah, I guess I'm just like, man, can there be different materials developed to build homes?
Well, most people don't want to live in a concrete box, but if you had a solid concrete house,
we make concrete look fly, or you know what I mean? Appealing.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can get into some really modern designs, I guess.
Yeah,
but it's a cost issue as well.
Yeah,
I mean, so yeah, and I guess it's more of a matter of having the fire department fully supported and financed to do to respond and that kind of thing. So that's going to be important.
I appreciate it, Mark. I know the information you have is definitely heavier. You know what I mean? Stuff. Is there a website or resources that you could share for anybody who might have home questions or insurance questions? Best place to go.
Yeah, I believe there's, and I'm not sure the exact term. There's a fire disaster response team, I think, available in areas of Altadena that they have, I guess, offices or temporary sites where you can go to and talk to somebody. But definitely you can get help with, deciphering what your insurance policy will give you, and displacement, housing and that kind of thing. So yeah.
And could people reach you locally if they had any questions like that?
Yeah, I gave my information to the person. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have a a huge staff taking calls, but wherever I can, I can.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is Monrovia is a small community, y'all. Mark literally works here. This is a small community again, and we're all doing our best. But I appreciate the information, man, the insight.
You're welcome.
Thank you for stopping by, man.
Right.
Thanks. Yeah, for sure. For everybody who is watching right now, again, you can join us 847 East Olive Avenue. Come on out. We're gathering all this information like you heard Mark share right now. The resources are available in a document, so we will have that for you. And at this time, I want to definitely invite my friend Tani to come on up and join me, because that was definitely a heavier piece of this broadcast. We're talking about the length of time that is going to be needed to put somebody's home together. It's as real as it gets. Tani, thank you for joining me today. So Tani is my friend from high school. We go very far back, but her and her husband have an amazing business here in town that I felt was very important to be here to share how whoever it is impacted by the fires or just experiencing it through the lens of family, friends, and others. Tani, if you could just share a little bit about your business, and then if you could also share with us things that we could do when we're feeling stressed out, anxiety, the whole world on our head, and we like, what do we do? I need a 10-minute, everything is too much. The world is moving fast.
Absolutely, which is a little bit chronic in our society right now. It's a little bit celebrated also to be go, go, go.
Yeah.
Now, Light Up Healing Arts, we're up on Foothill between Ivy and Myrtle, and a healing arts center where it's kind of all my favorite things in one, but a lot of it is creating the environment to help you heal yourself, right? And that's with whether it's meditation, whether it's movement, clean water and diet, talk, all those kind of tools to get under your belt, which creates a very cohesive kind of calm and ease in the lifestyle for yourself. However, we can't get away from stress. We can't get away from the hormone response in the body when we experience stress. I do know that Americans in general, we are at this chronic level of stress that in order for us to turn that off and get to a deep relaxation, a base level, we can't quite reach it in our society, but there is a base level relaxation that the body should be living at majority of the day. And when your body is in a calm state, that's when it is functioning perfectly and healing itself, right? When we're holding on to the stress, we are in a state called fight or flight, and it releases a hormone called cortisol and adrenaline. There's two. And basically all of our emotions, all of our feelings in our body come from hormones, which are basically chemicals in the body that is naturally produced and released. Now, with stress, especially if there is a very traumatic event, like we just went through.
Sure.
Now that can be considered a PTSD afterwards, right? If you hear a wind gust or
well, I'm gonna tell you, like, it's been the quick PTSD for me recently has been like, I can't hit the fire emoji on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
That was like that was like one of my easy, and I caught myself, and I'm like,
yeah, it's loaded now.
Yeah.
It
feels weird.
It does. Everything feels a little bit weird. Now, I do believe we have the ability to create our own perception of the realities, right? And if you have a faith in anything, some kind of spirituality, just to find that bigger picture, right? And some kind of hope, some kind of will to keep going, I think is really important. Now, back to the stress and the cortisol and the hormones and the adrenaline, when your body is in a constant state of fight or flight, it's really hard for it to turn off. It's actually a biological function for your protection. It is there to protect your body when it feels unsafe or insecure. So we go into fight or flight, and what happens is, basically, back in the day, it was meant for when the tiger was running after us and we had to fight it or run from it, right? And the energy, exuding energy to fight the tiger or run, is burning the chemical hormone, adrenaline. Now we're sitting. We get stressed with an email. We get stressed with a phone call. There's no burning up of that chemical, of that hormone. So when it comes to stress management, even suffering from anxiety, so anxiety comes from
like just scrolling,
the constant firing of fight or flight, where it never shuts off, where everything puts you into the state of panic. And when you're there, basic functions of the body turn off. So if you were to be threatened by a tiger and run, your digestive system turns off.
Yeah.
All of your sugars from your body pulls into your muscles to give you that strength. When we don't burn it, it goes back into the bloodstream and wreaks havoc in the body. So my best suggestion,
So when we're scrolling and we're getting the tiger chase, if you would, right?
Yeah.
And our body's like, what on earth am I looking at?
Yes.
How do I handle that moment?
First and foremost, put your phone down. Put your phone down. Don't wake up with it. Don't let it be the last thing you do at night. That is a trigger to a reaction you don't have control over, right? So put the phone away. Wake up in the morning, and to be honest, our adrenaline and cortisol are highest in the morning for a lot of people, especially if they do suffer from anxiety. So mornings can be really tough. So if you can, before even opening your eyes, take really deep breaths. So our two stress responses, we have the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. We should be in the state of sympathetic, like we're chilling, we're good. Parasympathetic is when that threat comes, your body goes into, okay, I'm going to help you. So, but in order to turn that back off, you have to do some things. And the best way to do it is a deep breath in through the nose. A nose breath connects to your vagus nerve that connects to the lowest lobe of your lung, and it instantly turns on your rest and relax response. Here's the thing. When you're in that panic state, are you able to take a deep breath yet? It's a little shallow, right? It's up in these respiratory muscles that are really quick breathing. It's not drop down.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is to find something that makes you deep breathe, maybe exercise. So now exercise, you're not running from a tiger, but you're burning the chemical, right? You're exuding that stress hormone. And then when you exercise, you can't help but take those deep breaths.
Yeah.
Right? So now you get kind of a double whammy.
If you can't exercise, if
Yes.
you are in that, right, like, because I wasn't, as much as the moment was hitting me, I would have loved to have gone to the gym and burned it off, but it was too much going on, and there was no power in those moments.
So if physical activity is not an option, then I would be careful of your diet, because now if you're eating a lot of stimulants, sugar, caffeine, even alcohol, heavy processed foods, anything that spikes your blood sugar, that's just going to be more stress on the body. So you just want to be really easy with what you're eating, with whole foods, calm and non-inflammatory foods. Now, meditation is a little elusive also for people. I found that when I practiced breathing to music, because it gave me something to listen to, it gave me a rhythm, I actually found that for myself, if I put a song on I liked, not too fast, and I inhaled for 4 counts, exhaled for 4 counts the entire song, you just meditated for 3.5 minutes.
Fire.
Right? So even something like that, as simple as that, is finding your favorite song and trying to slow and make your breath a rhythm, evenly in, evenly out. That helps. Any other way you can get out that chemical, scream into a pillow, go into your car and cry your head off. You know what I mean? Like release. We are so worried about what people think.
Yeah.
So go do it behind closed doors,
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
and
Go into the
don't
car
be
and just let it
afraid.
off.
Yeah, just let it all out. Now, there are different modalities. There's lots of guided meditations on YouTube's. There's also sound healing.
Well, and that's where I wanted to talk about, like, those are all there.
Yes.
I'm talking about in a moment like this of disaster when the phones, because, you know, like I never knew there was a SOS button that was going to pop up on my phone.
Right.
Couldn't
Until
do anything.
you need it.
I couldn't reach out to my wife who was at the house. I couldn't, nothing on this phone worked.
Yes.
So that was my thought of like, I really wanted to just, and I think you said it with the breathing, but it's like really just getting to that. Because in moments like that, I was experiencing like, I don't know what I was experiencing.
Yeah.
My body was on a whole other one at that moment.
Try to ground, get outside, sit in nature. It sounds a little cheesy, but I swear it helps. It
Yeah,
helps your
you can get to
physical
nature.
body calm. And then the breathing. Now, there's different versions that I've learned over the years. And again, the 4 counts in, 4 counts out for a whole song is my go-to. Now, there's what's called box breathing that I believe it's a Navy SEALs thing. I'm not sure, but it's where you can do 4 or 5 counts. So you inhale for 5, hold it for 5, exhale for 5, no breath for 5. And when you practice that box breathing,
Dang it, that's hard, Tony. That's a lot of homework.
no.
You just lost me. I was like, 5 seconds, 5 seconds.
It takes work.
It does. You're right.
Our stress response is so quick. We drop a feather and we're like, you
Yeah.
know, like the minute
Yeah.
you drop your cup spills over. There's no tiger. There's no threat. But our bodies don't know the difference. And unfortunately, we're not exuding that chemical reaction. And my other thing is I do have sound baths on Sundays, Sound Bowl Sundays. It's an event every week where you lay there, let the sound do the job. Let the sound vibrations help calm your nervous system. Yeah, there's that. Moving emotion, I have a class on Monday nights that's movement with breath work and guided visualization to help release all this stuff from the body because we do store trauma and emotions in our fascia and our connective tissues, and that's got to get out. But in the moment, like you were saying, I would do my best to take deep breaths through the nose. Feel your back and sides expand like a cylinder. Try to get it out of these small upper respiratory muscles.
Yeah.
And that alone will help the body calm down. And if you suffer from anxiety, you have to be very adamant of taking care of yourself. Self-love and self-care is really important because your stress response can get swept away with things so easily. So be very, very good to yourself. Yeah.
Tony, thank you. Where can someone reach out to you here locally or if they're tapped in right now in Pasadena and want to come?
Oh, absolutely. So Light Up Healing Arts, we're on Instagram and Facebook. We're here in Monrovia, 137 East Foothill Boulevard. And yeah, we have lots of events going on. We do one-on-one sessions with different modalities, and we have a lot of group community events as well. Same idea, just trying to bring a home away from home here in the community for just to work on yourselves. No judgment, safe space, and we have a beautiful community over there. So I'd love everyone to come.
Thank you, Tony,
You're
for
welcome.
being here and
Thank you
sharing
for
that.
having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So for everybody watching right now, if you have a resource or something you would like to share and you are streaming it on YouTube, go ahead and drop it in the comment. If you're on Facebook, I don't know if we're still on Facebook, but if we are, or you could just go to the KGM Television Facebook and drop a comment there as well. And yes, right now, I definitely want to bring up a friend of mine, George, if you don't mind coming on around, man. I'm really excited to have this gentleman joining the broadcast. Before I start talking to George, I do want to share, if you're watching right now, there's the Disaster Recovery Center in the city of Pasadena that is at 3035 East Foothill Boulevard. It's at the Pasadena City College Community Education Center. So that is something that'll also be in the document that we share as we wrap up the broadcast. But George, thank you for being here, man, today.
I
Happy to be here, man.
Yeah, hold the mic, man. You know, I know he's usually the DJ, so he doesn't really have the mic often, man. So you got to hold the mic up. But, George, I just wanted to have you come in, man. First, I appreciate you being here, but it was really, I wanted to share with everybody that it was this gentleman that helped me get my feet out of the mud when everything was going on, and we didn't have power, and it was weird. And then it was like the second day of no power, and then the power came back. And then went outside and looked, and the roof was still on. Solid. We got power. We got a roof. That was the moment I felt super hyper blessed, just knowing that those are two things that thousands of people currently don't have.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
That was it. However, it was the not knowing what to do now. And how can I help? And you hit me with a message like, hey, man, here's what I'm doing. What you think? And I just want to thank you, bro, for that message, because that helped me get my own feet out the mud and get to it, man. And appreciate the work you did and are still doing. I just wanted you to come in and share, man, like, if you don't mind, your superpower and how you just jumped right to it in the middle of everything going on to put this amazing Essentials drive together. Miriam actually pulled up over there. I don't know if you remember Miriam.
Yes, I do.
Here doing art, but she was out there as well. And if you could just share, man, the superpower, man, what is it, George?
Well, yeah, man, I mean, not really a superpower, I guess. I mean, I don't look at it like that, but I mean, first there was the fires, the winds going on, you know what I mean? And I was like, what can I do to help? I can't rebuild their houses, you know what I mean? What can I do? And I was like, at my church, there were about 24 families who lost their homes also. So I'm like, okay, we need to figure something out. So I hit up the pastor and the first lady at my church, like, hey, can we do a resource drive and get things to the community in need? Because we're like literally like half a mile from Woodbury, so we're close to, you know what I mean, a lot of the disaster zone. So, and they were on board right away. They were like, let's get it done. So that Thursday, we started collecting items and getting things in. I started posting online like, hey guys, if you can come out and help, we're going to have an event Saturday. And that's the event that we all got together. And I mean, like, we were able to bless a lot of people, and we're still doing it. Like, every Wednesday we're open and we're handing out essentials along with meals and things. And we just had an event with FEMA and first responders and other resources to help people navigate through like this next process and what they have to do to kind of continue to keep their places. You know what I mean? Amazing. A lot of people are displaced. So.
Yeah. It's hearing you share that, man. I love that it was so many great things that came by you just doing that first one thing and hitting that first domino.
Yes, it's crazy the way like people started jumping. Like, I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was just like, how can I help? And it was a blessing to see so many people like, how can I be a part of that as well? And it's just awesome, man.
I love it, man. It's the how can I help? I think that's like the absolute question, right? Like, big, small, whatever. If, you know, it was us moving the water crates into the room, you know what I mean? Everybody line up and we're just going, whew, we getting gassed and exhausted, but it was just every bit of all of it. And what that led to, I mean, it was just beautiful, man, to see and also too, I'm going to say, like, I think what y'all did and how it was organized was so amazing. Like, the way that it was just men's clothes, women's clothes, baby stuff. You know, I was looking at other resource centers where it's just like, man, you just got bags out here. Like, where are these bags going to go? And who's looking through them? And what's in them? Right? Like, and so the care that y'all had of just like, no, let's get this right. Let's set this up right for people, man.
Exactly. You know, you want to relieve that stress. You don't want them to have to go through a pile of clothing. You know what I mean? Like, you want to make it as easy for them as possible. So, just like, and that's kind of what our emphasis was, to try to relieve as much, help them out, you know what I mean? And that's what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nah, George, thank you for being here. How can people connect with you, man, online?
For me personally,
you.
my Instagram is DJGRhythms626. That's DJGRYTHMZ626. And then also for like resources from the church,
yes,
that's Lincoln Avenue Christian Church, Pasadena, at 1180 Lincoln Avenue, Pasadena, California. And we're always there to help. You can give a call, you come down, volunteer. We're definitely there.
Dope. If you could share that information with Stephanie so we get that added to the document.
We'll do.
That'll be great, man. I really wanted people here in Monrovia to see this gentleman. And I'm inspired by you, bro. I see you working. This dude is a real one. Like, I'm getting emotional just like sitting here with you. Because in a generation where cats are lost in their phone, you're a peer of those folk that's lost in their phone, but you really out here touching people, smacking hands, you know what I mean? Like helping folks load their car. And I appreciate you, man, and respect you, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you as well for being a part of it, bro.
For sure. So I see Miriam over there on the canvas right now. Jack, let's get some music going. And then we've got more on the way as we're wrapping almost. We're in the final hour of the Eaton Canyon Curathon here at the KGM studio. We're here live right now at the Eat and Fire Carathon, City of Monrovia, the KGEM studio on the sound stage of Mr. Ralph Walker. I'm over here looking at the artwork that Miriam has been working on for over 4 hours now. It is powerful for everybody who has been able to join us for the broadcast. They've gotten to kind of see it come together. Jack has been providing an amazing soundtrack for all of us the entire time as well. Thank you to both of you, amazing artists, coming together and to share. Like the goal of the broadcast was to bring resources together and to be able to share that, along with encourage people on how they can get involved, how we can help. It's tough, you know, when we're looking at a tragedy of this magnitude to know how we can be of any help. But whatever you can do means far more than you might think it does. So if you could just do that bit, that would be amazing. I'm joined by Pastor Chris.
Yes,
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Yeah, it's I see you all the time. Second Baptist been a staple here in the city of Monrovia for 100 years?
123 years. 123 years young.
I feel that. Anything that's 123 years is iconic as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
In that same space. But I was excited to have you come here to just share the things that y'all are doing. What's this whole experience been like for you as a pastor and seeing this?
You know, on the bright side, let's start there.
Yeah.
One of the greatest joys that can come from situations like this is it brings people together. We realize that we have so much more in common than we do apart.
Yeah.
So it's been great to see people from different walks of life, different cultures come together, sharing hand in hand, feeling the same thing, the sadness, seeing how we could join hands to assist one another. That's been a joy. So as Second Baptist, that's what we try to do in and out every day, every year, whether it's a tragedy or not. But in this instance, we've been able to kind of do our part.
Yeah.
We have been feeding. We've been providing resources. We're currently hosting the Southern California Edison. They've been with us since the onset of the winds blowing.
Yeah.
So I think for some 10, 12, 15 days, somewhere around there, they've been there. We've been able to provide resources for families who are without power. So before the fire struck, we were able to provide those things. So just doing what we can do, not necessarily to reinvent the wheel,
for sure,
but to make sure that we are assisting however we can.
Through that, right, there's so much we discover of what's needed. What is that you've seen that maybe could be shared, you know what I mean, to encourage someone like, oh, I never thought. Like for me, it was really, as my son is now 13, you forget about diapers.
Right.
And formula.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just the certain little things like that. But
one of the things that we've tried to make sure that we do is restore the dignity.
Yeah.
People, we're grateful for the resources of clothing, but people like to shop for themselves. So being able to provide resources, God has blessed us through our benevolent fund. People have given from all over, and we're able to give gift cards and, you know, cash so that people can go out and shop for themselves. That dignity means a whole lot to someone who's worked all their life. They don't feel comfortable necessarily just taking.
It's different than a handout.
Absolutely. So we've been able to try to do that, as well as restore hope. Of course, in our faith is, you know, we have hope in Christ Jesus. That is what we believe, and that is what we share. So we offer faith and prayer, whatever that looks like, but dignity, and provide hope.
Yeah. I've seen that too. It was just in the ability to sit and eat with somebody.
Yeah.
Have a conversation with someone.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And it was cool to be able to talk sports with a gentleman who had lost everything, you know, but he was a Laker fan. I was still cool with him, man. I'm still a Bulls fan because of Mike.
Oh, my goodness. Well,
you know,
I'm going to pray for you because I'm a Clippers fan.
No, I'm going to have to pray for you on that one there, sir.
Yes, sir.
But, yeah, it's like seeing the different ways we can just, like you said, dignity, right, and humanity.
Absolutely.
I'd love for us to just, as community, be able to rethink humanity and how it's shown.
Yeah.
right? Like, again, like with devices but, you know, there's the two sides of it all, because we have some incredible young men in here that from sharing on TikTok.
Yeah.
Right? It was almost like the 5 loaves and 2 fish story of, like, I think he said a couple hot dogs and something else.
Absolutely.
And then that turned into
it
what
stretches.
It did.
Absolutely. You know, being able to just provide little, little becomes much.
Yeah.
You know, and being able to do that. One thing that I've shared that people can offer that's free and it's not hard to do is simply a smile. If we're able to smile, you know, it just brightens someone's day.
Yeah.
Even through the trying times. So I'm with you. Being able to have dialogue, try to get back to, although the word, it just comes to my mind of a sense of normality. I know we can't do that yet, but bringing a sense of that, talking sports, talking, you know, current events, whatever those things look like, it brings people who may have gone through difficult times a sense of, this is a sense of normality.
Yeah. If someone needed any of the resources that you have at Second Baptist and can provide, how could they reach out or get a hold of you?
They can contact us at the church. You can call us 626-358-2136. They could reach us on our website, sbcmonrovia.com. We have resources, but we've also partnered with other churches.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
we've connected with Lincoln Avenue Church, as the gentleman said earlier. We've connected with Pastor John DeCure at Victory. We pastored with New Revelation Church. So, and also one of the things that we're trying to do is not just reinvent the wheel where, you know, people are providing those things, but make connections to help people with their insurance companies.
Amazing.
So that people know how they are to kind of go about dealing with them, being able to provide resources to help them know the questions to ask, connecting to FEMA, you know, all of these different things, because unfortunately, even within our church, we've had several family members that lost everything that they had. So however we could do that, please contact us and we'll be glad to be a resource.
I love what you said about the right questions to ask. Because in a moment like this, when you've got a million questions in your head and don't know where to go or turn to, you know, just last couple of days I've been talking to my cousin and her sisters who lost their home. And so it was just like, what questions do you ask? You know, like where do you begin? And that's so... It's hard to think of as you're fatigued, and you're exhausted emotionally, physically. You know,
absolutely.
You need help in every aspect.
These resources that we've had, they literally walk people through, talking to them about their insurance companies, some of the questions that they need to ask, making sure that they have the right coverage and what that coverage provides for them. Because many times we don't know what our coverage provides. So we've been able to do that. Also, one of the things, Pastor George Hurt did a fantastic job connecting us with the public transportation departments, being able for those who need to catch the train or catch the buses and things like that. You know, there are so many different avenues that we're able to simply provide help and to provide hope.
Real life ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that so much, because that's just even in that transportation part.
Transportation, yes.
Right? Like, if you lost your car, and how do I go now from X to X? So,
anything that we could provide, you know, if we don't have the answers, we try to connect people to the people that do have the answers.
Beautiful.
So they can contact us online at sbcmonrovia.com.
And Pastor Chris, I appreciate you connecting with other churches.
Oh, yeah.
Because that, to me, I'm like, it's a network of churches, but sometimes they don't really talk to each other, and they just be over there with doing their thing, and they are over there doing that. And I'm like, what if, Voltron linked up and did something amazing?
You know, one of the things that I learned a long time ago is I served in Pasadena for almost under 20 years. But one of the things that the pastors, we intentionally did was we wanted to tear down walls of denomination and things that divided us. because it's terrible when people look at the church and they see that the churches can't get along. So we intentionally made sure that we provided those safe passages so our members, our connections, our community saw black and brown and white, all these churches coming together. And that was done years ago. So the practice that we've been able to, do years ago is simply effortless now. Now we're able to just simply connect people with whoever they need.
Appreciate what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Pastor Chris.
Thank you so very much.
Absolutely. All right. We are almost there, y'all. We are getting closer to the end. Oh, wow. Miriam, is the piece like almost there? Are we looking at it's done? All right. So, look, I'm going to let Jack play the guitar for a little bit right now, and then I'm going to have Miriam share a little bit about this amazing piece of art that I am looking at right now as we continue this Eaton Fire Carathon. We are here live at the Eaton Fire Carathon KGM studio. It's Chris Lowe's. Thank you to everybody streaming also. Everyone's streaming on Facebook, streaming on YouTube. We appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for sharing resources as well. I have got Donna Baker here with me right now.
Hi,
What's up,
Chris.
Donna?
Thank you for inviting me to sit at your table.
Absolutely. So Donna has been out in the back. For anybody who has come up here, you've gotten to see what's going on out back. We had the Monrovia Rocks table. How did the rock painting go? It looked like you had the active, busy table out back.
I did, yeah. I had a few kids come and paint some rocks with me, which was really fun. And I think we sold over $100 worth of rocks. It was a $10 donation per rock.
I love
and
it.
I had some friends who also donated rocks and little wood plaques, painted plaques. And so we were able to raise some money. So that was the whole point of being here, right?
Yeah. Well, the point of being here was to gather these resources.
True.
It's like having trusted sources, right? In a moment like this, when everything is just, I hate seeing, like we talked about it earlier, it's just you see the ugly of people trying to hustle money through a tragedy. So it was, how can we gather resources from people who are really doing honest work, who are really working with honest organizations and groups.
Absolutely.
Share that information, put it into a document. You know, for us here in Monrovia, we have such a huge community of big-hearted people. I love the way that we get together for the holidays to make sure kids have food, bikes, for toys, for all of the above. But it could be dangerous when you're giving to something that is not legitimate.
Right. Well, I mean, most people know I'm a real estate agent, and what happened immediately was that people were reaching out to me to help find housing, and it's almost impossible right now to find people places to live because there are so many. I mean, I saw yesterday the final number for Altadena was 6,100 homes destroyed, completely destroyed. How do you place all of those people in a living situation where they can thrive while they wait to rebuild or find something else to live in? And so I did what I could do. I shared resources after resources that I could come up with in Altadena, Pasadena, everywhere where we were trying to help. And so that's all I could find myself able to do at that point. So if you know of a rental that is available and you want to have somebody who is misplaced or displaced have access to it, please reach out to anybody here or me personally and let me know, and we'll get them in a house, because that's one of the biggest needs right now is housing.
What else have you, as a real estate agent, seen or discovered that people need through this process?
What I've heard, the most things they need at this point is luggage and backpacks for their kids, things where they go to these resource centers and get the hygiene products and the socks and underwear and things like that. But they have nothing to take it home in except plastic bags. So it's much more. It's much more convenient for them to have something to put those things in to take with them to a hotel room, which is where a lot of them are staying right now. So I know that Underdog Bookstore, who I'm also helping outside, we're giving away free books today and free games and stuffed animals for the kids. We have a lot of resources there as well. If anybody needs anything, I know we're not far away, but we're farther away from Altadena, Pasadena than people think of when they think of resources. But there are so many resources here in Monrovia too, and we can't forget about them.
Yeah, for
Foothill
sure.
Unity Center, and
And,
sure
and
you've
we,
mentioned them.
we are 10 miles away roughly, but it's
neighbors.
They're neighbors, right? Like I know I'm in Pasadena often, and I grew up in Pasadena. So for me, it's like I always felt like this is just the 210 freeway.
Exactly.
We share the same freeway. They're neighbors.
Well, we call it
in
the
that way.
Foothill Corridor for a reason, right? We're all tied together by these foothills, and like it or not, it's fire area. But we love living up here with the wildlife and the lush greenery and things like that. So that's the bad part of living up here. But we have to do what we can to help our neighbors, and that's always in my heart is what can I do to help my neighbors? And I think pretty much KGM feels that same spirit, and you do as well. So everybody that was involved today really put their heart and soul into helping. So we hope we made a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, for sure. No, thank you, Donna. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for helping with Monrovia Rocks. I know that was fun for the kids.
It was fun.
Just the artwork is cool, and for Underdog Bookstore being here as well, that was just so cool. John Outback, he has been on that grill. And
those hot dogs are
cooking up
delicious.
hot dogs.
You didn't get one of those, you missed out.
Yeah, cooking up hot dogs the whole time. I can't appreciate that enough. But that's community.
Yes, total community.
That's how we do. But thank you so much, Donna.
My pleasure, Chris.
Appreciate it. For everybody that is watching right now, again, all of the resources provided are going to be available for you. So if you want to come to the studio, you can find out more information, or you want to reach out online, you could do that as well. But I would like to invite Brian up, if he could, to join us at this time, man. Thank you so much, Donna, for being here. For everybody who is watching the stream and watching at the house right now, we are live, so excuse the, we've got cameras, we got people, we got folks moving in and out. But again, this is community. We're all bringing everything to the party that we can right now. And I get to bring up a friend of mine who I've known for many, many years, who is unfortunately in a moment where, through this tragedy, has lost his home in Brian. So, Brian, thank you, man, for coming. I just appreciate your time and for you being here right now, man.
I appreciate being on. I mean, regardless of what happened, I'm still out there trying to help other people because I can walk, I can talk. So,
yeah,
trying to do what I can.
And and thank you for doing what you're doing, seeing what you and Jamal are doing in the podcast that y'all built through this ugly moment of just going live and sharing resources, sharing information, going on your podcast to share about this event.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
For sure, but it just made, I was like, I need you to come here today. And so thank you for being here to share it, man. Like, I think everybody here has experienced it through a different lens, but not nothing that you've seen. If you could share, man, like what it's been like for you, man, through this moment.
Okay, well, the 7th I was eating dinner, and then the 8th I had no place to live. So it was kind of weird, but, I came back the next morning after we were told to evacuate, and I was trying to, I got some crazy video because, I'm a lunatic journalist. I'm trying to be like, and we're going through it. But then it was really my life. I'm driving through these fires, and I'm seeing all of Altadena Drive burn down. And I turn up Fair Oaks, and I see all these houses over here burn down. I'm like, this is like a movie. And so I then get ready to turn on my street, but the power poles are falling over, so I can't get up there. So it's still in my mind. I haven't seen it. So I make my way out, and I drive down Fair Oaks all the way almost to about the cemetery, burned. Just, it looked like an atom bomb got dropped on the town. And like the woman before said, 6,100 homes, 9,000 total structures. People's homes that are not affected by the fire are still affected by the smoke, by all the particulates in the air. Right. And I drove up the freeway, and I got off, I think, at Lowell or Pennsylvania, off the 210, and I just pulled over and went live and was going to start telling people about it, right? And then it just, the emotion was just overwhelming. I just started crying, and, people always say, oh, you're a marketing guru, and, I got nicknames like the wizard, the answer, the solutionist. But at that moment, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anything. Everything I knew was gone. All my drones. I work from home, so all my camera equipment, everything is gone. So instead of worrying about myself, the next day I was talking to Jamal, and he goes, man, you need to start talking to get through the podcast and start talking to people. And I go, well, I'll only do it if you do it with me, because I don't really want to do it by myself. Yeah. So from that the 16th, because the 15th was my birthday, I didn't want to do anything. A surreal way to celebrate your birthday. It's like, okay, so I turned 58, and this is the crisis of my life. Been in Altadena for 50 years. And to see every place that I've ever been to for Christmas, for Thanksgivings. We used to call family hop. I'm going to your house. I'm going to your house because that one makes the best pie. This one got the turkey.
They got the dessert.
This one got that cornbread. So I'm driving down the street. There's nothing recognizable. I'm seeing all these drone shots, and I can't recognize anything. The funny thing was, 2 years ago, I flew my drone around my neighborhood to capture, just learning how to fly it. Now realizing that's the last time we're going to see this neighborhood like this. It's like messed up, and I'm not trying to cry, man, but I'm thinking about the image, and I'm thinking about what it looks like now. It looks like nothing ever existed. It's crazy. I'm walking through it yesterday. They let us up Thursday. I was all cried out by then. I was like, I'm not even going to cry. I'm going to be like Ted Koppel from NBC Nightly News and just talk about it. Then I cried in the car after I did the 20-minute live. I was like, I'm walking through. There's my bike. There's my massage chair. There's my golf clubs, all of my skateboard collection. Just, I'm a little quirky. I ride skateboards at 58. Yeah. I break bones.
You've been that dude, B. I know.
I'm retarded, but, that's just me. But, just to see that, man. And you know what? It just put a fire in me. Even before all that, I got to help other people because you know what the problem is? Seniors. I'm a senior, by the way. I'm talking about seniors above me, so the super seniors.
The elder seniors. Yeah.
Because when I told my dad, had 20, I told my dad he was 43. I said, Dad, you're old. He goes, wait till you turn 50. I'm going to call you about that ailment. And sure enough, I did have one. He got me back. But the thing is, our seniors who aren't technologically savvy don't have the resources. I mean, if I would have thought those ladies that died on Las Flores, they were only a block away from where I lived. I could have went and knocked on doors and all kind of stuff. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was just going to do it. I assumed, and hindsight is messed up, but I assumed everybody talked to their family. Some people were like, this one lady's like, I'm going to bed. I'm like, you got to get out of this house or else there won't be a house to come back to. Wasn't trying to predict, but that's what happened.
Yeah.
And so I was like, wow, lost everything. And I mean, I literally, clothes have been given to me. I walked out of there with a Muir shirt on, a hoodie, some black jeans, and these shoes I got on right here. And that's it. Came back, there was nothing there. I started seeing the news articles, the television. The blaze was still zero contained. By that time, it had burned 6,000 acres. But by that time, it went over, the hill, and came down and swept all down the mountain.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Man, what is something, man, that for anybody that wants to help, the most impactful way that you would say with what you've seen that they could do to help or to be involved?
Do what you're doing. Do what I'm doing. Go out, film the areas, talk to people. Right now, I'm not filming sorrow. I'm going out to all the people who are giving out the hazmat suits. All the, like Dodgers was at Jackie Robinson. I filmed that, showing people that everybody, what I loved about Pasadena is like, and even here, I didn't even know you guys were doing it way out here. This is beautiful. The amount of donation stations that are out there. People just popped up like the next day. We got clothes, we got food, we got water. Because there's no water.
Yeah.
And now Pasadena is now telling people to drink bottled water.
Right.
Because the contaminants are coming down. We're about to have a rain. How much of an impact is on that? Is it going to be on that? Is that going to happen?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's crazy. But there was a town hall last night at New Revelation Church that Chris was talking about earlier. We went, and they had a lot of good things to say. I recorded it. I created a transcript. I have a website called AltadenaTalks.com. I put all our podcasts on it. Everything that I do on Facebook Live goes on there. It's just basically a portal for the people who don't have Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah.
You always have to have a website because a lot of people are going to search Google and they're going to go, I don't have Facebook, I don't have this. Oh, I can go to their website. The whole point is we need as much information that we can get out there, because it changes every day, like that document I sent you.
And I appreciate that document. For if you're watching this stream right now, we're gonna have a document that updates. Is it every other day?
It's 3 days.
Okay.
So today will be, if you looked at it today, you'll see today, tomorrow, and Monday. They update it every day. It's places where you can go to get donations, to be a volunteer, to be a driver. We need drivers. I started a GoFundMe, and it raised $11,000. It's not for me. It's for me to go get vans to transport people that are disabled, that are displaced, that can't get to the doctor's appointments. And we're trying to get some corporate sponsorship so we can paint it called the Big Yellow Bus of Hope and drive around. And you need a ride, pop in.
Yeah.
You need a ride, pop in. And then we're going to eventually have our website up there where you can schedule rides. They're all free. The whole thing I'm doing here is because who has money?
Yeah.
Who has money? FEMA's going to give you a certain amount that's going to last you for 2 months. They told us last night that it's going to take 18 months for them to clear 9,000 structures. It took them, it was 1,500 in Maui. It took them 9 months, and they were still working on it. The colonel that was from the military predicted that was going to take us at least minimum 18 months. So we're not moving back up to Altadena for 3 years.
Yeah.
So whatever you can do every day to help, do it, because we're displaced. It's done.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing, we can't go back. Even the people whose homes are still there can't inhabit them.
Correct.
They have these tags that they put on, and there's a yellow tag, you can go in. There's a red tag, or your stuff is, don't even be over here. And mine was red tagged. So just do everything you can to help. I'm going on a podcast at 10 a.m. every day, Monday through Friday. I don't get any sleep. I'm waking up because I want to give people what they need. They're starting to depend on me. And I'm not going to let these people down, because I wouldn't want them to do that to me. So, excuse me, I just help every day. We all human race. There's no color barriers. There's no nothing. It's black, white, Hispanic, Asian. They all lost their homes.
Yeah.
Even the lady that was across the street that was mean to everybody. We still love her too. Yeah, I liked her because she was mean to everybody else.
Well, B, I appreciate you, man. I love you, bro. Like,
I appreciate you, man.
I'm thankful for the heart you have, man. And through all of this, you're finding a way to help and give. I definitely, if you could share with us that podcast link too, so people could watch you.
Oh, I wanted to. I
you
brought
a lot of
something I wanted to
resources.
show you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold up, I'll grab it.
So when we go back up to our homes, they give us this kit, and this kit is a hazmat kit. It's got gloves, it's got a face mask, it's got a mask for your mouth, and a whole suit. This is what our life is right now. You got to go up there. I'm seeing people as I'm driving by filming, and they're going to dig through their stuff and trying to look for, heirloom jewelry, and this is a whole lot. This is a whole lot. You woke up one day and you didn't have anything. I go, hey, I'm going to go grab my golf clubs and go play at Altadena Golf Course. My golf clubs and the golf course is burned down. So you can't even go there. We used to go there for Tuesdays, for Taco Tuesday, $1.25 tacos. When they come back, they're still going to be $1.25. But as I'm telling you, it's the best tacos on earth. But that was hangouts. We had local hangouts that we went to. Now they're not there.
Yeah.
I've had my friends here since I was 8 years old. So, and we still hang out. People in Los Angeles go, hey, you still hang out with your friends from high school? I said, I still hang out with my friends from 4th grade. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Y'all didn't grow up in a town like that. And we moved from Ohio in 1975 and came to the exact same town we left. And so I just felt right at home. I would walk up to people just moving, hey, my name is Brian, what's yours? Hey, let's be friends. That was me. And we're still like that. We still hang out. So half of us are displaced. So we try to find ways to meet. We created WhatsApp groups so that we can stay in touch with each other. Hey, I'm going to do an event in my house this Saturday. Everybody's going to be there. Why? Because this is what we did, and we still do it. Even through all this, still, that's the only thing we got now is our friends and family and other people that are willing to support that I don't even know. And my whole thing is I don't know you either, but I'm trying to give you all the resources that you need so that we can get through this.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you being here, B. Thank you, man. Thank you, man, so much. Eating Fire Carathon, it's been something else. I appreciate you sharing, because it's a tough tough thing to share. But I also wanted people that are streaming, that are watching this, that will watch this back, to hear it from somebody that's lost their home, because there's been moments where it's been upsetting for me to hear the way people talk about people that have lost their home, or in this very odd, disconnected way. And I think it's important for all of us to understand, man, that, you know, I've known you since I was a teenager, you know, right. So it's like just being able to hear that, man. I appreciate your heart for sharing that. What you're doing and how you're gathering information to help others, man, it's beautiful, it's powerful. But thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, man. From here, where do we go, right? I do want to share one more thing for anybody out in the Pasadena area. This is something that is going on from 9 until 8 p.m. daily at the Pasadena City College Community Education Center. That's 3035 East Foothill Boulevard, 9 a.m. till 8 p.m. That is where you can go. Dozens of state and county agencies are there. FEMA is also present. So that is a resource available to you. Brian, thanks so much, man. Again. Thank you, man. I don't know if we can get that art piece over here to share at this time, but if you don't mind, David, we could bring it on in, man.
Here's my card.
You have been able to get over here to the studio. You've gotten to see Miriam working on this, but as I'm looking at the detail, Miriam, this is amazing. This is beautiful. What a powerful piece. Miriam, if you don't mind joining me real quick. I know she did not want me to pull her up here, but I'm pulling her over here anyway. She is the artist that has been over here working. Jack, thank you. He has been on the guitar since 10 a.m. Jack got here early, helped at 8 a.m. when he was here helping get games out the trailer and the whole nine. But thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you, Miriam, for coming. Miriam is from the Inland Empire, and you made the trek out. We talked on the phone about doing this piece and what this was all about, and building and gathering resources for everybody. And I was like, I'd love to have live art. You're like, come on. Let's go. And even like as George shared, the resource center over there in Pasadena, you came out and brought materials. Just thank you for your heart and everything. Like, you've inspired me from a distance, and seeing you just go, and it's like, yeah, that's right, Chris, just go. Like, I don't know, but we're going to, if it's good, let's do it and make that happen. If you just don't mind sharing, like, the inspiration. You had kind of sent me text, and I was looking at it, I'm like, oh, I like where you're going and what you're thinking. If you could just talk us through your thoughts.
I didn't know where to start.
Wherever you feel as you look at it.
So the gentleman that was here?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brian?
Brian. I looked at pictures. We all have seen the videos of the chaos.
Yeah.
And I wanted to make a piece that was going to represent like the kind of strength that Brian is showing, right? So America, one of the symbols of America is the eagle. We also like think about the phoenix that rises from ashes. So I wanted to have this kind of powerful bird that takes the city on its shoulders. Like what everybody is doing. Like everybody's actually taking the city on their shoulders and trying to get themselves out of those ashes. So, you know, those fires, this burnt, you know, the burnt forest. And I wanted to make sure there was a symbol of California with the palm trees. Like this is really California is rising. You know, Los Angeles, Altadena is rising on the shoulders of this giant bird, which is really representing everybody that's putting their hands to it.
Yeah.
To rise above. And then there's the California poppy. That flower, the symbol of that flower is resilience. So this bird is grabbing, with resilience, the cities and the people and bringing them to the light. So that was that's all I could see when I was thinking about what can an artist do. Right, you kept asking this question, what can I do? I was wondering, what can I do as an artist? Well, think about this. In these hard moments, people turn to poetry, turn to music, they turn to dancing, they turn to painting for healing.
Yes.
And so I wanted to represent an image that people could see over and over again, and remind themselves that we can rise from the ashes. We can do it. We can do it.
I love it. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for the heart and the thought that went into this piece. Mm-hmm. I can feel it as I'm sitting here looking at it and hearing you share it. I will share that this is going to be definitely displayed at our art exhibit, which will be Painted Promises. So the Care-a-thon is going to continue. This is the broadcast where we're gathering resources and information and ways to help, but it is going to definitely continue on February 21st, 22nd, 23rd, as we get to share art and raise funds for people that have been impacted by the fires. But Miriam, thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks to you. You're on the backstage, but you're pushing and you're helping and you're on the ground and you're on the radio and you're on TV and you're everywhere. You're doing the work too.
Appreciate it.
And so that motivates all of us.
It is work to happen, for sure. Yeah. For sure. Thank you. And before we wrap, I have got one guest who just made it, and I need to pull my sister up here real quick right now because we're literally wrapping up, sis. Yep, you got to come up right now because you made it, and I'm so glad you did. But that's on the spot. Yeah, you got to hold the mic real close to us, MC style, battle rap style. But thank you. I've got my friend, Dr. Tori Weaston. Sir, thank you for being here.
No worries. I made it.
Yes, it's been since 10 a.m. We've been collecting resources, gathering information, and it'll all go into a document. But it was reliable, trusted information, right, and stuff that we could do. The work we've done with young people for however many years now it has been is why I reached out to you. If you could just, as we're getting close to the end of this broadcast, just share for all the young people. The goal of the art show that we're putting together, the Painted Promises, is to go to students and families. We want funds for them. There's been so many schools that have been lost campuses and have completely been burnt to the ground. They're not going back to school or able to go back to school. Working with young people, what is it that you would share, if you could, with educators or parents? You know what I mean? In ways that we could be there for young people right now during this time. I know that's a heavy lift of a question.
Right, and I'm going to try to keep it short. But thank you so much for having me. I'm glad I could be in the space and share with everyone. The most important thing right now, and it's always with young people, is to listen. We got to listen to what young people are asking us to do. I think sometimes we just be in response mode and our adultism comes out and we're like, these 5 things need to happen immediately. And we don't typically stop to say to young people, hey, what are you thinking and feeling in this moment? What do you really need? Yes. I think you need this, but is that really what you need? Does it resonate with you? So we just got to really listen to young people. We just got to provide really caring and affirming spaces right now. And we have to let young people just be able to unplug and tap out because there's so much going on. There's this immediate thing. There's politics. There's all these other contexts that are happening that are just really overwhelming for young folks. So just giving them spaces of care where they can tap out is really key right now too. Yeah. And I know that the importance of getting schools back online, I know that that's urgent, but also school happens everywhere. And so let's also lean into community, education rooted in community. It does not necessarily have to be a gap. There are folks like me who are teachers, who are educators that are in community that can step up and do work that I don't need a classroom space.
Yes.
So we just really got to think innovatively about what are some other ways we can keep our young folks connected too in that way.
Oh man, I need that. I need that right there. Community education at this moment. Can you send all that information over on how we can make that happen?
Let's put something together, because I think, like, I was thinking about this concept during the pandemic. You know, again, folks like me who are not in the classroom anymore, but we're credentialed. I used to teach English. My wife taught music. I mean, we can do stuff. We don't need a classroom space. That's cute. It's great. But in these kind of situations where we just need our young folks to still be getting their education on, still be connected, still be in community, there are things that we could put together in this space right here, you know, to make class happen.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a school, so we should step up and fill that gap for young folks right now.
You know I'm here for that.
Let's do it.
All day. Cool. Well, it has started right now with this conversation. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody who's tapped in and watched this. Wrapping up a broadcast like this is easily the heaviest thing, so thanks, sis, for sitting here with me right now as we bring this to a close. I do want to share that all the resources and information that was discussed and talked about. Thank you to Stephanie, Jodine, and Jodine's friend Stephanie, who was also helping in the background. Thank you, Michael, Chris, Monica, Jack on the guitar, David. Thank you so much. The Miss Golar and the KGM board for the support and allowing us to open this space up to community. Thank you to John, who has been back there on the grill. Shout out to John. All right, this is the community. Seeing community come together today, it's been beautiful. It's been powerful. To Donna bringing, you know, the Monrovia Rocks, Underdog Bookstore, everyone just doing the bit of what they can. Again, thank you for supporting. Thank you for being light to the space that you're in. Continue to do that. Like you've heard so many say, this is something that is going to be going on for quite some time. So this is not a one day and wrap it up. This is going to be continuing. I want to encourage you to rethink how we do humanity, rethink how we do learning. Let's reimagine these things a little bit. In a moment where everything gets shattered, it's hard to put constructs back in the same exact form, and maybe they don't need to be put back in that same exact form. So I would love for people to just think a little bit about that as we move forward. How can we redesign things? How can we be really effective and impactful to these young people and these families that have been impacted? And let's grow better. Let's grow stronger. Again, thank you. We will continue this Care-a-thon at the art show in February, so we hope to see you there. But thank you again so much for being here this evening.